Oh, yeah.
Card's really, really good.
Yeah, it's super neat. Also adds a little bit of extra pressure with the attack steps. Being able to drain and gain.
So
got a card yet.
So Epiphany is, I mean, it's good because it's all runs Epiphany, so it's good, but it's not like crazy right now, in my opinion. Like we've seen with some other Epiphany-esque turns. It just kind of strikes me as okay. Like it's a thing you're going to do.
Yeah.
But it's not like the game-winning, taking 3 or 4 turns. Well, it might be type of thing, type of thing that we normally see. But it might be now. So
okay.
So
power,
okay.
go.
So
Time squawk. Oh, and a cinderclasm. Okay. So many options. Another card going to be drawn. Going to see a discard here. What goes in the bin this time? It's going to be divided by 0.
All right, so I was like kind of right about the Epiphany thing. I was like kind of right. It wasn't the end of the world. It could have gotten a lot worse.
There's just dudes in the way now. Itty bitty little birds. And a cinderclasm waiting to kill them all. So Graveyard Glutton's gonna exile a couple more things. No creatures and no gain and drain. How do we block here, if at all? Oh, Keaney's quite happy to let this come through.
Okay.
Now we're gonna see Galvanic Iteration into
Windfall.
Cinderclasm? No, it must be Windfall.
No, I think it's just gonna be Windfall. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get 2 of these. So this is plus 4 cards.
Creatures.
Plus 4 cards, plus 4 treasures. Don't need Cinderclasm.
Yeah. Get a bunch of treasures made. And now the tax that Thalia's making, doesn't really matter.
Completely irrelevant.
Kind of poop. Let's see what else we get. Another Cinderclasm. And
need
a
that.
land. Womp womp.
So let's see. 4.
Oh, he's got enough.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because all the treasures. Right. So 2 turns. So this is an attack for 4. And then...
An
8
attack
and
for
8.
8.
Yeah, so 6.
Dead?
Yeah. Deaderino. Don't know if Vanishing Verse changes anything. Pretty sure it doesn't.
It kills a 1/1.
Yeah, so...
It's got that going for it. No, it's not super hot right now. So yeah, that's 4 down to 14, then 8 down to 6. If my math is right. And then 1 more turn after that.
Well, hang on.
8.
Take 7. You're at 8. Take 7. You're at 1. So, does this mean that Hall worked itself into the equation? Also, Keaney gets
Yeah.
draw steps. Like that. Like that card as an example.
Let's go.
So it's not like it's more over now than it was going to be. But yeah.
Yes.
He gets to do stuff too.
So if Keaney absolutely withdrew the most awful set of cards, then okay, Kowalski may have had a chance here, but this is kind of looking a little bit bad now that we see a Goldspan Dragon on top.
And I guess also Hall was the Hall problem was kind of solved with the Field of Ruin.
Yeah.
So Hall wasn't really going to save Keaney, but getting another turn in Goldspan Dragon will.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, we're going to burn down the house? We're going to make little idiots? No,
we're just living.
We're just going whole hog. Let's go.
We're living.
Jeez, like
we are living our Epiphany dream.
For some a dream, for others a waking nightmare.
That's true. Alrighty, Kowalski.
I believe.
Yeah, I don't know if he believes. He's always just very calm though when he plays.
Oh yeah.
He knows the matchup is difficult.
For sure.
Looking to play against anything that's not this deck.
Yeah. It's a little difficult to dodge, though, being the most popular one in the field. Has done a very good job thus far. This is the first time he's playing against Is It Epiphany?
It is, but what makes the selection really interesting, and we've seen this over the course of professional Magic history, is there have been plenty of higher level tournaments like this where there's a very clear best deck in a format.
Yeah.
But you can create a deck that beats every other deck. The example that stands out to me the most is Pro Tour Hollywood, much earlier in the last decade, won by Charles Ginty playing Elves, but Fairies was the best deck coming into that event. And Revelark was an option at that tournament that could not beat Fairies, but destroyed everything else. So if you were like, hey, I know Fairies is going to be the most played thing, and maybe I just don't play against it that much, I can take this risk. And if memory serves, 2 of them made the top 8 of that Pro Tour. So it can be the appropriate strategy to do what Kowalski's doing here and saying, hey, look, I kind of crush everything else.
Yeah.
I'm really bad against the most played thing, but maybe I might be able to squeak out a win against it, because also you got to think of the equity there, right? If you're good against everything else and you squeak out a win against Is It Epiphany, you feel invincible.
It's just like cherry on top. Just gotta get all those wins against the deck against the decks that your deck is built for, and hope to get a little lucky against the ones that it's not.
Yeah, that's the other side of the coin, right? Where you get paired against the decks you're supposed to beat, you better beat them.
Yeah.
Because if you don't do that, you're going to have a bad tournament.
Yeah, then it's like switching on a hard mode against the other decks, so.
Yeah.
Smoldering Egg is on the battlefield. 2 little pests here for Kowalski. Divide by 0 and Cinderclasm at the ready for Keaney. Just gumming up the battlefield.
Yeah, it's funny. Just I can't believe I would say this. Just an 0-4 is rough. against Kowalski. Like, that could be 0-4 textless. And it's like, that's a lot for me to have to get through.
Divide by 0, ready and waiting for whatever Kowalski's going to cast next, but doesn't look like he's too interested in anything at this moment, so Cinderclasm's going to get fired off. Smoldering Egg will get a couple of counters and an oops. He kicked it.
Is the oops sarcastic?
Yeah, no, he kicked it because Shambling Ghost will be able to do the 1 extra point of damage. Well, the -1/-1 on Smoldering Egg. I think he kicked it.
I don't think he did.
Let's see.
Okay.
The Deadly Dispute, Shambling Ghost. Oh, and he didn't kick it.
Yeah, I think we're clear. It was sarcastic oops.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, look how many cards was just drawn there. Insane. Yeah, so no kick there. Smoldering Egg survives. Turn gets passed back, and Kowalski has a full grip now. Lolth, 2 Fellstingers, and a Professor of Symbology. Plus as many lands as he could possibly need for the rest of this game.
Okay. Alright, Planeswalker Party. Well, not yet.
Yeah. No, not yet.
Not yet.
This dragon is going to flip very, very soon.
Doesn't take much. Doesn't take much for Smoldering Egg to transform. Start giving some beatdowns. Cashing the
Price
treasures.
comes back. Let's learn. Let's see if we go for... Oh, Necrotic Fumes. Okay. Nice. Good answer for the Ashmouth Dragon once it does flip. And nothing to protect it at this point for Keaney. Is it time to dig for an answer? Or a way to protect it? Let's find out. Oi!
Well, it's not those.
What is this? Ruh-roh. Teachings of the Archaics. Gonna get fired off here too. Ashmouth Dragon. Gonna start pinging some stuff while it exists on this plane of existence. It's gonna get kind of dead pretty soon though.
It had better. You don't want that thing to stick around.
That'll just kill everything. You think the 1/1s are bad? Ooh, just wait till you see what Ashmouth Dragon does to them. So a couple options here for Kowalski. Has the Fellstingers that are really good at drawing cards. Doesn't really need those right now. Could get Lolth on the battlefield, but that doesn't solve the Ashmouth Dragon problem, so... Looks like he's thinking about the Professor into Necrotic Fumes to get rid of this Ashmouth Dragon.
Yeah, like you kind of want to double spell this turn.
Oh yeah. Shields it down. Let's go. Let's get this dragon dead.
Like you said, I don't think that Lolth is especially good at this moment. So let's. I guess we'll start here.
Yeah, especially if Lolth minuses, she's super dead then to an Ashmouth dragon.
Yep.
So bye-bye, little dragon. We hardly knew ya.
Keaney ready to roll.
Oh yeah. He's pumped up.
Okay, so this is
Ooh, iteration windfall.
Yeah, turn we've seen before. Four obviously has a card to discard, but four cards, 4 treasures.
Lolth hits the battlefield. Which mode is going to be used here? You gotta think it's spiders, right? Get some itty bitty arachnids.
Yeah, I mean you just got to get something going, right?
Nice fell stinger snack next turn, perhaps.
Keaney is so ready to draw 4 cards. I know that look. Just do whatever you're gonna do. I got 4 fresh ones coming. They're gonna be the nuts, and this thing's gonna be over soon. That's what he's thinking. I'm in his head.
Big thing here for Kowalski. What's on his mind? Is he wanting to deploy the Meat Hook Massacre?
That's how you beat Keaney. You just go slow.
Yeah.
Because Keaney's moving. He's
in a
drinking coffee. He's ready to peel off 4 fresh ones. You just gotta slow him down. Now, obviously, Kowalski can't see Keaney, but I can. You just gotta slow him down. Slow him down.
He is definitely using the timeouts available to him here, thinking about whether he wants to go environmental sciences or try and get this Meat Hook Massacre on the battlefield.
All right, we saw how powerful this was game 1, just for 0. So this is iteration windfall with the potential to disruption disruption this thing if you want.
That's cheeky. So 2 treasures up.
I want to see those 4 cards.
Fortunately, we won't get to see them. So we're sitting very firmly in Kowalski's seat right now. And Meat Hook Massacre has the potential to be countered here with the Jawari Disruption available to Keaney.
Want to see what life's like on Greg's side?
Yeah, hang out with the Orzhov player.
It's a tough hang, is what it is.
Yeah, just keeping the tension up there, but just a little technical issue that will get sorted out ASAP as we have things back. See?
There you go. We back.
We're back.
Pretty good for Keaney. Pretty good.
Pretty good. That's a divide by 0 to deal with the Meat Hook Massacre if... Let's do Galvanic Iteration. Intolerance Epiphany, though, seems like a pretty good place to kick things off here for Keaney.
Yeah.
Just take 2 turns, get 4 birds. And then do some other stuff and things. Smoldering Egg's gonna hit the battlefield. We're gonna Expressive Iteration. You got to do your fun stuff, he says.
Right.
Now it's my turn.
Ring the bell.
Hey now. Hang on. It ain't over till it's over.
It's about to get ugly out here.
Okay, fine.
Fight her down.
Can't cost another Epiphany. At least not this turn, but, you know, the next turn they have available to them. It's totally fine. So there goes Lolth off the battlefield. Let's go get some sciences. Let's start pecking away at the life total here of Kowalski. And Kowalski's face kind of says it all.
It tells the story.
We've all been on the receiving end of a time squawk or 4.
We have. And this matchup, like we've said at the beginning, and with extremely good reason, it's just very, 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 very hard for Kowalski to win because he's not trying to beat this deck. He's trying to beat everything that's not this deck. And if he was able to steal game 1, and kudos to him because he found some interesting lines to do so. But this is the reality of the situation. This is how it more or less plays out if Zach's hand is functional. And it was.
Yeah, just able to clear the way there. Ashmouth Dragon takes no prisoners, and we're going to see a big ol' swing here. Kowalski's had enough, and that's going to do it for Keaney. Picks up the 2-1 victory over Kowalski. What did you make of that match, Cedric? Pretty much how you expected to go?
Yeah, I mean, it more or less went exactly how it was supposed to go. And I know that Keaney, you saw a little bit of frustration from him after that first game. Understandably so. I'm in a great matchup. I'm 8-3, making a deep run in this tournament. One thing about tournament Magic that I always like to say, you got to win the matches you're supposed to win. And so when you're down a game like you were, like Zach was, he's probably thinking, oh, come on, don't let this get away from me. This matchup, not a bye, but it's pretty close. He's able to recompose himself, took that little breather, which I think was a good thing to do, to just recompose, and got the job done. So now on to 9-3, which in most instances, that's where he should be given that matchup.
Yeah, very good victory there for Keaney. When we come back, my friends, we are going to catch up with Andre Strasky, who's up against Simon Gertson after this, so don't go anywhere.
Unexpected Windfall gives you a mana advantage so you can cast Alrund's Epiphany, granting you a couple extra turns, and Galvanic Iteration to tie the room together and amplify both of these cards.
Welcome back to coverage of the Innistrad Championship. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Cedric Phillips, and we have quite the treat here, friends. We're going to see some mono black zombies in action.
Yeah, we are. We are.
Go Simon! Woohoo! Love to see it.
One of my favorites. A lot of stories around him, all positive. He's awesome dude. Awesome dude. Pro Tour champion. Huge fan. Pro Tour San Diego. Many moons ago. He won with Jund. I'm showing my age. Beat Kyle Bogamies in the finals. That was a fun little tournament there. Andre Strasky, more of the new school crowd. Retired, not retired, unclear. We just know playing this tournament.
All I know about Stratsky is he is one damn good Magic player, and
Yeah,
his
he
recent
is.
results have proven that. The head of the MPL standings last season, so no slouch at all here. But I am happy to see Mono Black Zombies getting those brains and getting the win in the first game here, as Duress is going to pick apart the hand here of Stratsky, getting that expressive iteration out, and not eliminating a turn 2 play for him, as there is still the Smoldering Egg, but at least causing a little bit of annoyance.
I am enthralled with the mono black deck right now. Okay.
I see you're just smiling looking at it.
I do have like a huge smile. Yeah. I'm just like, okay, what's going on here? Felstinger, that card's like, all right.
That's wonderful.
Jadar, that card's pretty good. Tainted Adversary, that card's fine.
It's just big zombies, right? Well, not big. Just itty bitty little zombies.
Yeah,
and
medium sized.
exploiting stuff and death touch and drawing things and discard and death. That's all zombies want out of life.
Yeah, and we know, like, Twitch chat is anti Is It Epiphany, so they're all rooting for Gertson as well. Just yeah, let me see what this zombie thing is up to.
Oh yeah. Oh man, kudos to Gertson for bringing this 8-3 thus far in Historic and Standard. Tainted Adversaries is gonna get in here for 2 points of damage.
Death touch, mind you.
Yeah. That egg is no touchy.
Yeah, come on, get it, egg.
No touchy mode. It's got a couple of death touchers in this deck, and also has that Jadar or Jedar, I'm not sure how to say his name entirely. Ghoul Caller of Nephalia, being able to make a lovely little 2/2 zombie that things like Felstinger can snack on.
Yeah, a little sting.
Now, does he exploit here? That's the question.
I'm
he's going
so
for it.
here for this lightning animation around
Cool, huh?
Felstinger. I'm loving that. It's a good Magic card.
There's Oren's Epiphany. Yeah. We've seen plenty of that, and we'll see plenty more of it today. But not tomorrow, Cedric, because the top 8 is historic.
Very good call.
Rejoice, citizens of Magic.
It's a very good call. It's a great job of getting people excited for tomorrow.
Heck
A+.
yeah, tomorrow's going to be awesome. I can't wait.
Bang with the adversary again.
4 mana available. A little bit awkward because can't double spell here for Simon Gertson.
No, hand's a little bit of a clunka.
Yeah. Maybe another Felstinger. Maybe it's time to get Jadar rockin'. Nope, just gonna pass the turn back. Hold up that Hagra Mauling.
Doesn't
Prepare
really
to
want
kill something if needs be.
Doesn't really want to play in a divide by 0 when it's obvious because you've seen it already. So just gonna hang tight.
Oh yeah. No 5th land here for Stratsky, so we'll be incentivized to go for that expressive iteration that was drawn. Could also fire off the unexpected windfall on the end step. I am curious to see if we'll see Simon fire off that mauling off the egg here on the egg.
Are you gonna pounce now?
Rawr. Brains. Okay, granted, it's not a zombie killing things.
No,
But yeah.
No, it's not.
Got him.
All right, we're making our move. Window's open.
Yeah. Come on in. That gets rid of the 0/4. Can become one of the more annoying creatures in the matchup. Expressive Iteration does find a 5th land, so that's good news for Stratsky. Jawari Disruption, huh? Oh,
like
that could hit a Lolth if there's a land.
Yeah, I like Disruption to the grip. I think Iteration goes away. Land goes to the side. Yeah, so even land drop for the turn. You still have Divide by 0 up, which Gertson knows about, but doesn't mean that it's gotten any worse.
There's land number 5. So the possibility to double spell here for Gertson is live. If he really wants to lose a Planeswalker, he could go for the Lolth, but I don't think we'll see that.
Yeah, I would be surprised by that. Especially because you just know, again, trying to work through, when your hand looks like this, and your opponent has Divide by 0, it's really annoying.
It is, but, you kind of have to get it out of the hand eventually, right?
At some point, yeah, you have to play into it,
Yeah,
I believe. Unless you draw duress.
Hostage. Yeah. In that case, clear the way and see what else is going on in Stratsky's hand.
So now it's more of a matter of, I have the ability to play 2 spells in a turn, Jadar plus a 3-mana spell. So how do I want to lead out? Do I want to lead with a 3-mana spell or a 2-mana spell? And if it's a 3-mana spell between Fellstinger and Go Blank, which one do I want to play first? Because I think Lolth is just not an option. Because it's just too bad right now. So, okay.
Gonna be Jadar, Gulkolar of Nephalia. That'll get him a 2/2 Decayed Zombie token. Here comes land number 5.
Stinger!
One of these extra little stingers.
And do you want to divide or do you want to disruption it?
Is there anything on his sideboard he may want now? Guess is the question.
Strasky's giving this one a long think.
Yeah. Because technically has land number 6 with disruption, but yeah, it's gonna use that to counter the Fellstinger. No 1 mana to pay for it.
This means you get a zombie? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a Galvanic Iteration. Unexpected Windfall's going to be the go-to here for Strasky.
What do we discard? In Deluge,
Let's
I think?
discard a card. There
Yep.
goes a Memory Deluge. Ugh, where are the lands?
I think a land plus a spell there would have been better.
Oh, yeah.
This isn't the end of the world here for Strasky, but...
This is an Epiphany, so... Got that going for him. He can also divide by 0.
Yep, still available. Still think this game is weirdly even at this point.
Yeah.
You know? It might be slight advantage Simon because he does have the better battlefield.
Yeah, he's winning
He's kind of chipping away.
Yeah, he's winning the face race at the moment. There is a Tainted Adversary as well, which could get some extra dudes down. But I don't know how much Gertson wants to come into the battlefield knowing that Burn Down the House, which we see in hand, is a magic card.
Ah, yes, everyone's favorite animation.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's try to resolve this.
Yeah. Couple of things out of hand here from Strasky. Could choose to divide this by 0, but then you just have to deal with that again next turn. Not sure how good that is.
Yep.
And I think he's probably more inclined to keep the 7 mana to start Epiphanying.
Okay. Divide by 0 and Demon Bolt down.
Nice.
Adversary, okay, well, might have a bad time here in a moment.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see which way Strasky goes. You know, I'm guessing Burn Down the House first makes more sense.
Yeah, I think so. Just clean it up. Let's just fresh restart.
Everything dies, and all the zombies rejoiced. Only 2 mana available here. Is it lull time?
So this could be Haven. This could be a Haven attack, or it can just be this. You just use all of your mana.
Yeah. Get some extra dudes down.
I'm hungry.
What's that, 8? If they survive.
Uh-huh.
Do what I demand.
All right. Let's see what the draw step is. That's
Ooh,
that's
that's
not
pretty good against tokens.
not bad. Not bad.
It's not so great for Simon, though.
Yeah. Now we've got 2 cards on Foretell. They're both good.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, Awakening's very nice.
Okay.
Is that Awakening for 3 at the moment? That's one way to refill your battlefield.
Draw a card, lose a life.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh,
See, what I love about these black decks, they're extremely underpowered.
Yeah.
In this matchup, so they have to get like real scrappy.
Yeah.
To try to figure out ways to cross the finish line. Yeah, it's great. It really is great.
There's one spider down.
Your card quality is so much lower than the opponent's, but like you're coming at like some unique angles, trying to figure out the way to deal 20 points of damage.
And for 2, down to 7 goes Strasky. What's going to be the follow-up here? Fellstinger can kill this 2/1 with the exploits ability. Get some extra cards. Or is he just going to go for the Academ's Awakening? the path clear, do you think? There's 2 burn down the houses to deal with, and a couple Cinderclasms for Strasky.
Like, do you want to massacre just for 0? Do you want a Fell Stinger, sacrifice a spider, draw a card, draw some stuff? Awakening is also in consideration, like you mentioned. Oof. What do you even want to play around if you're Gertson? There's also that. Like, what am I worried about? There's 2 cards on Foretell. I'm going to assume one's an Epiphany. Fine.
Yeah.
Not entirely sure what the other one is. You don't have a ton of mana. You don't have Strasky doesn't have a ton of mana, right? Probably has to cash in some of these treasures to be able to do some stuff.
Yeah. That's why we see the Riverglide pathway left on top of the library there to keep those treasures in the bank. Oh, yeah, I like it.
All right,
X equals 3. Let's get some goodies back on the battlefield.
So there's a Stinger.
Nom 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 nom. Love it.
Sacrifice that. Whenever a creature you control dies, put a counter there, peel some cards. Not the best of peels. That's a land for the turn. Okay. Well, if Strasky wants to, 2 turns are coming, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I want to see a cheeky Fell Stinger kill. I
have same.
Yeah. Just target Strasky. Here, you like cards? Have some cards. And
all right,
-2 life.
We're less even now than we were before.
Bird's the word.
I'm going to swing at Strasky's way because he's getting a couple of turns. That's a bit of a whiff.
Yeah, that's not a great draw. This is a Lolth dead. And 2 damage to face here. Gonna have to peel something good on the top of the library.
The next draw actually kind of matters.
Yeah.
Because we know that he's got locked in iteration plus Demon Bull, right? So 2 creatures are dead, but there is a Meathook Massacre over there, which matters. Like Gertson's hand is pretty good. So this draw step here for Strasky, I think, pretty important. Yeah, that's not terrible.
Okay.
Well, okay, let's see.
Yeah, basically tap out then. Okay, he would have the 4 mana available from the Unexpected Windfall plus a Demon Bolt, so can keep control of the creatures that way.
I guess I'll say with the Windfall, because you need a card to discard.
Yeah.
So the land goes away. It's pretty smart of Strasky not to play land last turn.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Afraid. Okay. So you got removal for days.
Yeah. Can either do iteration Abrade or iteration Demon Bolt.
Yeah.
No attack here, though. Just gonna get in the way of these itty-bitty critters.
Oh boy, the Meathook looks pretty nice.
Oh, it does. It certainly does.
So look, that could have went a lot worse here for Gertson, right? We have seen Epiphany decks win from spots like that with the greatest of ease. Instead, Strasky, he kind of just whiffed on both draw steps. They weren't particularly good, and the Windfall wasn't that great either. So all of a sudden, Meathook Massacre for 1's on the stack.
Yep. And this Abrade is gonna try and take care of something here.
Uh-oh, Twitch chat's loving it. Throw that hook. I might be swinging the advantage bar back the other way, folks.
Yep. Left hook or the right hook. Here comes an Abrade. Gonna take care of the Fell Stinger, which would survive this Meathook Massacre for 1. Couple of things gonna die here. Is this too... no, we still have the land to activate. So we've got a 1/1 that can swing in. Bunch of death triggers. Well, just the 1 death trigger of Jadar dying.
So 6 to 17, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Access to 5 mana. You could fire up Faceless Haven. You could play Stinger. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Faceless Haven time. Let's go.
Demon Bolt said absolutely not. Kindly leave.
Yeah, and it's do or die now here for Strasky. He's going to have to find something off the top of the library to stay alive here. Doesn't have a man land. Meathook Massacre is just going to keep on pinging. This little 1/1 will die at the end step, but his sacrifice will be remembered.
If it attacks. Yeah, if it attacks. So Strasky bricks. Oh, that's the card to clear the path. 1, 2, 3.
No.
You got to make sure you got to do it with not the snowlands, right? So go blank, clear the path. See that you're on air. Fire up the Faceless Haven. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Mono black. Let's go.
Someone cue zombies by the cranberries, please. Simon Gertson coming on through with a bunch of brain-eating flesh monsters.
Let's go, mono black. Let's go, underpowered black cards. Let's go. Let's go. Is it haters in the chat? Let's go. Yeah.
Well, it's very clear who Cedric is rooting for in that matchup. Goodness grief.
Was awesome. Those cards are so underpowered, but good enough. But good enough. I love it. I like underpowered decks. I don't like playing the best things. So when the underpowered deck beats the clearly very powerful deck, it kind of rules.
I also like it when an underdog deck wins. So this is totally cool by me.
Yeah,
Not that Simon is an underdog by any means.
No, he's awesome. He's awesome. But that was just really fun to watch.
Heck yeah. We got some more awesomeness coming right up, my friends. It's Hogg, Christian Hogg, on Mono Green Aggro versus Lukesh on Dimir Delver. Camila Lukesh, let's jump in here and see how this matchup is going to play out. We're going to be joining them in game number 3. So, yeah, I haven't seen Dimir Delver in action yet. This is going to be great. We all know what Mono Green does. So the fact that Camilo is still alive, kudos to him.
It's a pretty good hand here for Hogg. Can't imagine throwing this one back. Though, okay, so Dimir Delver, not something I thought I was going to say.
Yeah.
I mean, key card, is it just going to transform right away? Are we doing it?
Oh, it was a land on top.
Shy
Not the worst. It's just taking it slow, that's all.
So if I'm Hogg, probably need some amount of fight spells, right? To be able to control Delver style draws and what's going on there. As this thing's going to transform now and start clocking. There's the Trespasser.
Nice. All right, Camilla's off to a fiery start here. But we will be able to get a Ulvenwald Oddity, if you want to go that way, or an Essica's Chariot down this turn with the Sculptor of Winter's help.
Yeah, so this is the big question, is how does this deck stand up to a card like this Dimir Delver deck? You know, we haven't really seen this. Coming into this event, this wasn't a strategy that people were preparing for. Doesn't mean Dimir Delver is good or bad. That's completely irrelevant in the conversation, is how does it do against these powerful green cards?
Oh. Well, Camilla so far is at 9-2.
Clearly must be doing something right.
Yeah. Stark going well for him, and Standard as well, so Delver's still a very powerful card. Fancy that. The Seagate Restoration, that is known. The Flunk can get rid of some stuff here. Curious if we'll see a double block tendered here, or if the crew is going to occur.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely going to be a block. It's just how you're going to do it, right? Is it going to be Chariot, or is it going to be double block with the cats? And it looks like it's going to be the Chariot looking to step in.
Oh, it's going to get flunked.
Yeah,
it didn't pass this class. Get out of here.
Okay. Need to fight.
Dealt with.
The reality is here, you need a fight spell.
Yeah.
You need something basically to kill a creature, Blizzard Brawl, Inscription, whatever.
Yeah.
To be able to manage this Delver.
Xander Mammoth ain't going to cut it.
Nope.
I mean, a Face Race? I don't think that works, because currently even Stevens at the moment in terms of power on the battlefield.
Yeah, I think Face Race right now kind of favors slightly Camilo.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're Hogg, you're basically trying to what I think Hogg is trying to figure out right now is we're racing, given the texture of this game. So what's the best way for me to deal the most amount of damage over the next 2 to 3 turns?
Yeah.
You know, assuming my opponent's hand is not particularly good, whatever, I don't really have any control over that. How can I do the most amount of damage? And my assumption is that Ulvenwald Oddity might be the last card that he plays, right? So it's like Old Growth Troll this turn. Maybe it's like Old Growth Troll, play Mammoth as a land, whatever, right? And then the next turn might be another Old Growth Troll plus a Faceless Haven, and then it's Oddity or something. Basically, just doing the math to maximize, which is something he's very good at doing. That's a skill he very much has.
So Old Growth Troll is going to join the battlefield here. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him go the route that you've mentioned, Cedric. He's taking a big think here. Faceless Haven, going to hit the board 2, will be available to attack next turn. And I like it. Getting in for 6, down to 15 goes Camilo. Dwyer Disruption is the draw.
Disruption, I'm going to call a blank. I could be wrong. It may come up.
I don't think he's going to be double spelling next turn unless he finds it on the land. Or Old Growth Troll gets killed and becomes a land.
Yep.
That's possible.
Yeah, and I think that's totally possible. It's gonna be a fun one. This game's gonna finish over the course of probably 3 turns.
Mm-hmm.
But these 3 turns are gonna be really interesting to me. Because I think that if Camilo stops attacking, I don't think he can win.
Yeah. He's gonna keep smacking.
So you gotta keep smacking. You just have to figure out the best way to keep doing it.
Soul Shatter available to him to get rid of that old growth troll. Jawar Disruption to counter something in Agadeem's Awakening. There's no creatures in the bin, so this is probably going to get bolted in. This is not a shock land, right? It's hit you for 3.
Yeah, this is really tough, right? Because if you play that Agadeem's Awakening untapped, you go to 12.
Mm-hmm.
You Soul Shatter. You have to sacrifice the old growth troll. I attack you for 6.
Oh,
okay.
Night Tyrant, let's go.
Okay. There's some beatdowns. Okay, so now you got something back, and you transform.
Very nice.
Yeah. Okay, so that appears to be the better thing to be going on. So let's see. You play Oddity here. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're short.
Yeah.
Never drew a fight spell.
That's Remember when I said they're mono green, they're snow, they always have Blizzard Brawl?
I mean, most of the time you're right.
I would like to retract that statement. Yeah, this isn't looking good. He's got to leave some stuff back for defense here against this Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
Yeah, like solely for the menace, right?
Yeah. And if there is any removal, he's got to factor that in as well. Like, menace makes it so tricky to math for combat.
Okay, so yeah, I think this is just it. Now, can you 1, 2, 3, 4? You have access to 5 mana, so you play this as a land. Okay, so this is kind of what I was talking about. How you're trying to set up the Oddity on the final turn when you win the game, right? So you play this as a land, but you don't have enough green mana to play. Yep, he's just realized this right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. So I believe your turn is Mammoth Pack Leader. Because you have 5 mana total.
Yeah.
And that's 4 green sources. So your turn is Mammoth Pack Leader. The old growth troll in your hand does nothing, and then your follow-up turn is Oddity with the 4 lands you have in play. Shove with everything.
And hope that there's no removal.
And hope that that's good.
Yep.
And your best draw step may just be a land. That's interesting. Your best draw step may just be a land because that both triggers Mammoth and lets you play around Jawari Disruption. If you're playing around Jawari Disruption, which you may not be. So here's Blood Chief's Thirst.
2 pieces of removal here now for Camilo. As he has to figure out how to navigate this next turn to not die on the crackback. Can he get Christian dead now? Otherwise, I don't think he wins this.
Gotta keep attacking. So Blood Chief's Thirst kills a thing. Soul Shatter kills a thing.
Soul Shatter kills either the old growth troll or the mammoth, though. Because you don't get to pick, right? It's just sacrifice the highest CMC. So that doesn't really help right now. Oh, this is a tricky pickle to be in, that's for sure. I'm gonna say this advantage bar needs to be in Christian's favor at this point.
You think so?
Yep.
All right, so here's...
Oh
no!
Oh! Why?
Oh no!
Oh, is he gonna eat something out of the graveyard?
Wait, what was that?
Oops!
Oh no! Oh no!
Not like this! Oh no, Camilo! Oh, that's awful.
Oh my.
Oh man, I feel that in my soul. That is so rough. Christian Hogg is going to pick up the victory, but not in the way anyone would have wanted. That's a bad break there for Camilo, unfortunately. But he had the win. I think he had the win.
I mean, I was very curious to see what the next draw step was going to be there for Hogg, and that's brutal. There's no 2 ways around it. There's nothing else to say. That's absolutely brutal. We don't really know. I'd love to see how that game was going to unfold, but we won't know. We just know that Christian Hogg wins.
Krishnak does win, improves his record, and we are getting ever closer to determining our top 8. We're going to take a very short break, and when we're back, we're going to be with Maria.
The poor guy, man, that was terrible. I wonder what the mistake was, like what happened. What his plan was, did he fully just misclick? Like, how do you target your own Delver like that? Ugh, on the big stage. He must be, wow. Anyway. Poor guy. I really thought for once Mono Green would get their ass handed to them, but no such luck. Oh, lots of Mono White, huh? I've been playing this list on best of 3. It feels like cheating. Ooh, Autumn Burchett. How's that one of Sedgemoor Witch? Ooh, that's a spicy one. 3 Me Took Massacre, 3 Blood on the Snow. 1 of each Planeswalker. By the way, I'm going to be doing some spoiler content for the new Alchemy cards tomorrow, so tune in for that. Alright, back to the coverage. Peace!
What's up, friends? Welcome back to coverage of the Innistrad Championship here on day 2 of competition as we get ever closer to finding out who our top 8 will be for day number 3. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out where we're at after 12 rounds of battle here. Yuki Ichikawa leading the field with 11 wins. Christian Hogg hot on his heels at 10-2. We've got 3 people, in fact, at 10-2. Lots of huge names still doing really well in this tournament. Kai Buddha, of course, one of those names. And check that out in 16th. Gab Nassif sitting at 9-3. We've got a graphic of our top 8 here because Yuki Ichikawa has a win and in this round. That is right, 12 wins puts your name on this list, automatically advancing to the top 8 with 12 wins. One of our players at 9-3, Zachary Keaney, talked to Mani last round after his big win. Let's hear what he had to say.
I am here with Zachary Keaney, who just took down Grzegorz Kowalski, moving on to 9-3 here in this tournament. Congratulations, Zach.
Thank you.
All right, so right off the bat, tell me about that matchup. You were down a game in what looked to be a pretty good matchup for you. What was your kind of mindset like there in that spot?
Yeah, it was pretty embarrassing to lose the first game. My opponent just cast 1/1s. That's all they did. I wasn't able to find a Cinderclasm early, and then they cast Massacre and got Exactsies on me, which was pretty embarrassing. But yeah, I knew it was really good going in. In fact, I messed up in sideboarding. I didn't realize how good Egg would be. And then they, at the end of game 2, they cast Vanishing Verse, and it's like, why would they have that in their deck? Like, my deck doesn't have a lot of targets. And then I realized it had to be for Egg. And then you guys saw it in game 3. Like, the Egg just took over. It was great.
Makes sense. All right, you're pretty close to the top 8 now. Top 6 in this event have World Championship slots on the line. Did knowing that change your prep for this event in any way?
A little bit. I think if there was no Worlds, it was just playing for cash, I wouldn't have tried as hard. But instead, I put a lot of hours in, mostly testing blue-red mirrors in both formats.
Yeah, makes sense. And so far working out for you. You're 9-3 with 3 rounds left to go. So good luck on making that push towards the top 8, and hopefully we'll chat with you again at the end of the day.
There is Zachary Keaney at 9-3. Great flamingo shirt, buddy. I love it. Well, one of the popular decks here this weekend is Mono White Aggro, a deck I certainly would have played if I had qualified for this tournament. What do the players think about Mono White and its strengths? Let's hear from them right now.
So the mono white decks have evolved a bit over the years, but they're still playing Savannah Lions. They don't have Armageddon anymore, but now they have access to different forms of disruption, like Thalia and Elite Spellbinder. So they're still disruptive, aggressive, kill you quick, but also maybe make it hard to play your cards.
Mono White is the kind of deck that needs a lot of stuff to line up to exist competitively. It needs powerful 1-drops and early drops that hit hard. It needs interaction with creatures, and it needs prison elements like Thalia and Spellbinder. And right now the deck has all 3.
Mono White has really strong creatures. Like, these are the best white creatures we've basically ever seen in Standard, like, period. I think there's been kind of a resurgence of white cards, and then you've also got Faceless Haven, which is just like a 4/3 land basically for free.
Mono White in Standard is about as versatile as you'd expect from an aggro deck, which compared to a lot of other archetypes is not really, but this is a format with creature lands, and that gives you a little more range in deciding what you want to do on a typical turn, and compared to some decks like Mono Red or Mono Green, Mono White gets to play with a lot more removal, so it has a lot more options against mid-range decks.
Mono White is a deck that is going to play a 1-drop, they're going to play a 2-drop, they're going to play a 3-drop, and they're just going to continue on. They're going to beat you down. So what you need is removal.
I think the mono white deck is the kind of deck that's easy to pick up and get 80% of of the best play out of, but getting that last 20% is really tough, knowing exactly what the right thing to spend your mana on, exactly the right turn to apply your disruption.
I think the hardest part to get with mono white is actually the counter management with Luminarch Aspirants, knowing what creatures to put your counters on, and oftentimes you need to plan ahead with this card. You need to think about the thresholds you want to reach with each creature.
Mono White is a deck that really rewards understanding what threats, what removal spells specifically, a lot of the other decks in the format have. Specifically, Spikefield Hazard is a card that can really punish a lot of different lines, and understanding when to play out your creatures to leave them the least vulnerable is the really important level up moment for white right now.
If you're more comfortable with creature combat than with complex stacks and Drogo mirrors, you should probably play mono white in this standard format. It's just the best aggressive deck there is.
I know how to be scared of mono white, but I've never had to sell it to somebody before.
If you like just beating people down and attacking with creatures, mono white is the deck for you.
If you enjoy taking the opponent's game plan and saying, well, hold on, slow down, maybe you're not going to get to do that, maybe all your stuff costs too much mana, and maybe you die before you actually get to cast all those cool spells, if you're that kind of person, mono white is going to make you very happy.
That's great hearing the players' thoughts about mono white. Well, last round, Grzegorz Kowalski had a tough matchup against Zachary Keaney. We all said it here at the desk. But sometimes, if you're just tricky enough, you can find lethal in a tough situation. And Monty's going to take us through just how Greg did it.
Thanks, Maria. Yeah, so in that first game in this matchup that you explained is tough, but really it's almost unwinnable between Kowalski and Keaney. We had a situation where Kowalski is fairly decently ahead. He has a board presence. He's still at 20 life. His opponent is at 2. But there's something that we've all faced when facing this Izzet Epiphany deck. If you give them a chance, if they untap with a card in their foretell zone, you might just never get another turn. And that's something that's going through Kowalski's mind here, as he is facing a tough matchup. So with his opponent at 2, he looks for lethal. How can I end the game in this spot? I do have available to me the Meat Hook Massacre. So if he's able to get rid of his creatures, he'll be able to deal lethal by sacrificing these 2 creatures. Now that's where Kowalski gets a little tricky. After taking some time to look at the cards and think about it, he realizes that he could get there with Rite of Oblivion in hand. Now, Rite of Oblivion allows you to sacrifice a creature to exile a non-land permanent. Now, Keaney doesn't have any non-land permanents available to him, so Kowalski would need to be targeting his own permanents. But the way Kowalski does this is ingenious, because he realizes that the process of casting a spell is you declare a target first, then you pay the cost. So what he does is he uses Rite of Oblivion on his Shambling Gas, sacrificing the same Shambling Gas to pay the cost. That's 1 Meat Hook Massacre trigger. He gets a treasure that gives him his 4th mana. He gets to the exact same trick again on his Edgar to get the last trigger he needs to kill Keaney on the spot, not give him a chance to untap, not give him a chance to use Auron's Epiphany, and potentially get back into the game. Really cool, tight thinking from Kowalski in a spot where it could have all slipped away and he got the game win for it.
Wow, that was so cool to watch. Awesome gameplay there from Grzegorz Kowalski. Thank you so much, Monty, for finding that moment for us and walking us through it. Let's turn our attention now to round number 13 here at the Innistrad Championship. We've got Christian Hogg versus Yuki Ichikawa. This is mono green aggro versus Is It Epiphany. Let's take a closer look at our players. Christian Hogg has been doing well all weekend, of course, to get to this point. 64.5% standard win rate says he's really relaxed playing in this tournament. I don't know if the pressure started to creep in, but I can only imagine it has, where he is right now with the top 8 so close. There's Yuki Ichikawa, almost 13,000 games played on Arena, 65.1% standard win rate, qualified for this tournament by winning a Mox. So knows his way around the game. Some excellent top finishes to his name as well. Those are our players. Let's go over the decks. For that, I turn to Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first deck we're going to take a look at is Christian Hogg's mono green deck. We've seen this before, but hyper aggressive deck that is trying to take advantage of these Is It decks that, well, just don't have the right pieces of removal for the matchup. So bunch of hyper aggressive creatures. We see 2 Snakeskin Veils over there in the far right corner, which is going to be very impactful in this matchup. 1 Wrenn and 7, which is also good if your opponent doesn't have Fading Hope. Ideally, a deck that is supposed to take advantage of Is It Epiphany. So now let's take a look at the Is It Epiphany list. This is one heck of a list here from Yuki Ichikawa. Look at all these 1-ofs. I was talking to Yuki and he was just saying, yeah, I'm playing EDH actually, but it's still a standard format as well. A lot of different things that you have available. There's Leer, Hullbreaker Horror. Those are both excellent creatures. Goldspan Dragon, not as great, but a good amount of removal that's actually good against green here. Thundering Rebuke, Demon Bolt, Cinderclasm's not bad at all. Test of Talon's not great. And then a decent amount of removal in the sideboard as well with Burn Down the House and some more Leers. Yuki is undefeated with this Is It deck so far. Just beat mono green last round, so you gotta like Yuki's chances here.
All right, well, it's time for predictions. Corey, I have a feeling I know who you're going to choose.
Yeah, I'm picking Yuki here. I really love this Is It list, and I just like the matchup a lot. Even if you've cut a decent amount of cards for the matchup, like Cyclone Summoner, it's still good if you try to focus on it just a little bit.
All right, how about you, Monty?
I think the matchup is supposed to be good for Hogg, and I need to catch Corey. I'll pick Christian Hogg.
Yeah, you know what? You bring mono green to this tournament because you think it's good against Is It Epiphany, right? I'm freaking Christian Hogg. Let's go. Mono green smash. Christian Hogg's going to win this one. Monty, we need this win. I need it more than you. All right, we've got round number 13 coming up, everybody, from the Innistrad Championship. We've got a winning in for Yuki Ichikawa. Can he clinch it this round? We'll find out coming up.
So yeah, these are the two top guys, if I'm not mistaken. I reckon. Oh, these Japanese guys are so good, and that freaking Izzet deck is just so strong. But if someone is gonna take it with an aggro deck against Izzet, it'll be Christian Hogg. He's been doing so good on these aggro decks the whole weekend. I want to say 50-50, but I hope Mono Green takes it. Ooh, how is this Mono Blue tempo list? Yeah, exactly White Chocolate. It's all about that opening hand. I can feel it now at this point, having played the against the list so often on the ladder. That point at which you know it's just gone too far. If you're playing an aggro deck, turn 6 is like if they've got something foretold. Turn 7 is the last turn you're gonna see, and that's just so frustrating. You often get them down to like 2, 3, 4 life, and then it's just GG. I'm really excited to try out this alchemy format on the 9th. See if it makes any difference with the nerfing. If Izzet Epiphany will still be a huge problem or not. And they didn't really deal with the new turns card. Anyway, back to the broadcast, guys. See you on the other side.
And welcome back to
Peace.
coverage here of the Innistrad Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. Thank you so much for coming along. We've switched over to standard. Paul, we've got a bit of a classic matchup for this particular standard format. Two of the most popular decks going against each other. It's Christian Hogg playing Mono Green Aggro, which is a deck we've seen a fair bit of out in the field here. You can take a look at Christian, who's on a 10-2 record, so very good. Very much a top 8 in sight here, but his opponent, Yuki Ichikawa, the only player in the field with a better record than 10-2. That's 11-1. Izzet Epiphany in the hands of Yuki? And this is a big step here. If Yuki can pick up a win, Paul, that's win number 12, and that's a top 8 locked up.
Yeah. Christian still needs to pick up at least 2 more wins here to guarantee a spot into the top 8. But for Yuki, yes, 1 is the magic number. He still has several more shots, but would love to just take a nice little break, take this one down and relax. Maybe get a little power nap in, as it is quite late over there in Japan.
I don't want to think about it, but when you get this many shots and you miss, you don't forget. Right? This is where this was mine. So definitely Yuki looking to lock this thing up now. Looks like he's going to start it off on 6 cards though. And you see the opener here for Christian Hogg. Not particularly fast, but not too bad. He's got the Ranger class here on 2.
Yeah, he'd love to have a
3.
He'd love to have a play for 3. If he doesn't, of course, he can tick up the Ranger class so that he can start to attack in with the Wolf for 3. But yes, would really want to find something here on turn number 3.
Not quite.
Does not find it.
No, he's got his second copy of Blizzard Brawl, a card that can do excellent work in creature-based matchups, but doesn't perform super well here.
No. Only a couple of targets here going up against Ichikawa's deck. There's 1 copy of Goldspan Dragon and 1 copy of Lear. So Yuki kind of diversifying his threats a little bit here. He's got 1 Hullbreaker Horror, 1 Goldspan Dragon, 1 Lear, and he's got kind of the Elrond's Epiphany Galvanic Iteration combo as well.
Okay, so he leaves it up to his deck. It's like, hey, you pick what I win with. Whichever one I draw first, I'll play. Wow, that's a disaster here for Christian Hogg. Not only does he not find anything to play, but he didn't even find a land, so the Ulvenwald Oddity stuck in hand. Noasika's Chariot.
Yeah, it's rough, but, at the very least, the way that the hands are shaping up right now, Yuki currently doesn't have an answer for this wolf, right?
True.
Now, of course, he is really likely to find something with this Behold, but, Christian, if you're not going to draw a land, at the very least, Snakeskin Veil is a very, very good card here in this matchup.
one of the if in fact it's probably the best card in this matchup, as you see all these mono green decks go up to 4 copies of this powerful instant.
Is Christian going to be able to ride this wolf token to victory? Like, seems like it's asking a lot.
I mean, it's possible. Yuki needs to find multiple removal spells here, right? To be able to deal with this wolf token. One won't do.
And, you know, some of them won't do it all. You know, he has a Spike Field Hazard. That was never good here. Okay, is that an Abrade to go with the Spike Field Hazard? Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
I think he might need 3 removal spells if he goes for that play.
Right. I mean, he also has access to Iteration Abrade. He did find a Divide by Zero, but of course, Divide by Zero can't target a token. It can only target spells with converted mana cost one or greater. Oh, and look at this aggressive line here from Christian. He's about to put 2 counters.
Yeah. And he's got the Snakeskin Veil to protect this whole situation. And look, he's looking at his hand and he's like, if I'm not going to draw another land, I got to do something.
Oh, well, here's the thing, too. If you're going to draw a land, your hand's pretty much sculpted for the next 2 or 3 turns, right? So maybe it's worth it to just go for it. And if your opponent plays a big creature, well, guess what? You still have 2 Blizzard Brawls in your hand.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. Again, Inscription also good against other creature decks. Doesn't have that option here. So, hey, let's get some counters.
And Yuki thinking, okay, you got to have the Snakeskin Veil here, right? But at the same time, you're thinking, well, this is my window. This is the best shot I have at maybe trying to kill this token. So do I go for it?
Look at Yuki run the numbers in his head, trying to figure out if there's going to be a better opening and what happens if this doesn't work. The truth is, it's not going to work. I don't think that Christian's going to let go of this wolf token regardless. Here we go. Galvanic Iteration goes on the stack for Yuki.
And I think Christian
this
does
is
not
going to be
mind.
an abject disaster.
Oh, jeez. So this is a 2-turn clock.
And Christian needs to fire this off, and then his creature is protected, and Yuki says, yeah, all right. That happens. So both Abrades get countered. Now it's 7 power, and there's land number 4. He can get in for what, 12 right here?
This is 12. This will get Yuki down to 1.
Wow. Snakeskin Veil, everybody.
And keep in mind, Yuki doesn't have a whole lot of mana available to him next turn. Right now, what Christian is thinking about are the different types of cards that Yuki can have here to be able to answer what's happening. I think the thing that you would be most concerned about here would be something like double Fading Hope, right? Or iteration into Fading Hope, because that would deal with both the oddity and the token. So,
and that's why you see Christian take the more conservative route of getting this Asika's Chariot down first, and then he'll follow up with the oddity. Oh,
and there it is.
That's a Fading Hope.
Well, Christian, I mean, Yuki didn't have it in his hand, but mindful of the fact that that could be one of the possibilities, choosing to go for the Chariot instead of the oddity and looking to run out the oddity next turn.
Really heads up stuff by Christian. Of course, it's tempting to just play your haste creature and just be like, here, deal with all of this. But he thought about it and he said, no, I think I can take a slightly more conservative route. Yeah, this leaves Yuki at 5, but I've got an 8/8.
I believe Yuki is still dead here, right? Because if you go Fading Hope, copy Fading Hope to deal with the 8/8 and the 2/2, I guess you can just wait. But
yeah,
if
it might be a scenario where if Christian goes Ulvenwold Oddity, then you go, yeah, okay, I can't.
Right, but the thing is, even if you bounce the 2 biggest creatures in the oddity and the 8/8, you just put a counter on the 2/2, right? And that's still an attack for 5. And Yuki Ichikawa doesn't have an answer for 3 creatures that's in play.
And there's the Ulvenwold Oddity going on the stack, and that's going to be the bad news here for Yuki Ichikawa, who looked like he may have found a way to wiggle himself free. Is there any way he can divide by 0 into another Fading Hope and have that matter?
Well, you can only divide by 0 the oddity here, right?
And then if he pitches a card, gets another Fading Hope, would he be able to survive then?
He could. He has 2 Fading Hopes in his deck. We actually saw something like this at the World Championship.
Yeah, I mean...
So yeah, as you mentioned, he can go Divide by 0 the Oddity, loot, find a second Fading Hope, double Fading Hope, and that would allow him to survive.
That's the name of the game here.
Still probably losing the game.
Right.
Even if he does find that, but yes, that would prevent him from just straight up dying this turn.
Christian's deciding which creatures are actually going to end up heading into the red zone. But Yuki can divide by 0 either the Chariot or the Oddity, so kind of either way. All right, there's Ranger class. It's going to target one of the cats. And Yuki needs to take out 3 of these creatures here to not die.
I mean, you can start things off with the Fading Hope to give you the Scry, right? That lets you dig a little bit deeper.
Yeah, you want to do it that way first, right? Yeah, and Yuki comes to that same conclusion. So the 8/8's going to get faded. If Christian sees top, he's just going to have a panic.
He's going to be like, what?
It went to the bottom. Here's Divide by 0. He can discard one of these lands or something and try to find himself the other. Let's see if he hits. No, he didn't hit it.
Hey, look, he played to his outs, right?
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, even Spikefield hazarded him up top just to send a little message there. But ultimately, the message was received. Christian Hauck really recognizing nicely that, hey, this wolf is the only thing I have going on. And he put a bunch of counters on it, protected it with Snakeskin Veil, and ultimately it led to a victory there for Christian. Oh, man. It's kind of a fun one.
Yeah, no.
So what does Yuki do post-board here? Like, taking a quick look at how he's sideboarding, you got to think he's got more ways to interact with the bigger creatures, right?
So and this is the thing. Not only is it really hard to sideboard with the deck to try to figure out what your game plan is going to be against mono green, it's also really hard to sideboard against it too. So if you think your opponent's going to keep in a bunch of fight spells, maybe you just want to go for the combo, right? And try to maybe trim some of your creatures. If you think your opponent is going to maybe trim a lot of their fight spells, then maybe you want to keep a bunch of your creatures, right? So that balance of trying to figure out what number of removal you want to keep into your deck if you're the green player, and also conversely, how many creatures you want to keep in if you're the Izzet deck. I mean, there's a little dance that goes back and forth. So you might see these players, if it goes to a third game, mix and match depending on what they see in the second game.
Christian Hauck looking to even up records against Yuki Ichikawa. They are late in the day here and scrapping for top 8 slots. Yuki on the threshold. He needs to win back-to-back games against Christian to lock up a seat in the top 8 tomorrow.
And Yuki not happy with his hand here. And it's got to be frustrating to mulligan in a scenario like this where you're so close. You're one match away here from locking up a slot into the top 8.
Yeah, you just want to get it done. If he can do so, it would be Yuki's 3rd top finish. He had a really great run a few years ago. And this would signal a really nice comeback for him. Really
nice start here for Yuki. I mean, you got the Disruption turn 2 into the Celestus, so really developing your mana.
Christian Hauck was not happy about that. He sees the Celestus come down. Werewolf Pack Leader off the top of the library, but he doesn't have any more mana, so he's just going to stick with his Sculptor.
I feel like every time we watch Christian play, he doesn't always have these ideal starts, right? That last game too, it was just like, oh, he missed the land drop, he didn't curve out. But then you look at his record and he's 10-2.
He finds wins for sure. And he's playing 2 mono-colored aggressive decks as well.
Right.
In the 2 formats. You see Thundering Rebuke. Given the missed land drop here, Yuki's got to feel pretty good about taking down the Sculptor, though a land off the top is very nice here for Christian, and Yuki can simply nod his head like, yeah, okay, you found it.
Yeah.
But he has a Pass with Counterspell available here as well, And probably will feel compelled to use one on an old growth troll.
Yeah, he's gonna feel really need to find some kind of card draw effect soon, right?
Yeah, he probably wants to keep this land and just pitch it to the Celestis. Like, he just doesn't have anything else going on.
Right. He would really love to trade that land in for a 4-mana card draw effect if he can.
How about Dwari Disruption?
Not bad, given that Christian missed the land drop.
Well, he just went back to backsies, but he's going to throw a Seeker's Chariot on the stack. That's going to get disrupted. But he has a backup plan.
Right.
Hawk's like, yeah, okay, all right. I see you. Oh, there.
We're
now
probably,
he has double fading.
We're probably throwing away one of these fading hopes at this point.
Right.
Keep in mind, if Yuki does not play anything, he gets to loot again here, as he did not play a spell on his turn.
Costing him a lot of mana, but there we go. Finally found some more action. It's an expressive iteration that he can play next turn.
And that was exactly the type of card that he needed here.
He gets rid of a Braid, keeps the only castable interaction that he's got here with Fading Hope. But given the fact that this Seeker's Chariot just resolved, his hope might be fading rather quickly here if he doesn't find an answer for it. Ooh, Smoldering Egg. This is a nice turn. Smoldering Egg into iteration.
Yeah. Question to see if he's going to go for this Fading Hope main phase. It's interesting, a lot of times after sideboard in this matchup, when the mono green deck sideboards up to Snakeskin Veil, you kind of turn into a tap-out control deck. Because if you have removal spells, you really want to fire it off when you can, when your opponent's tapped out and does not have access to the green mana.
Is it worth it to kill a cat? It takes him off of of crewing the chariot, but only if he has like nothing else, like literally no creatures.
I mean, that might be the thing that you have to bank on here, or what are you going to do? Bounce the Seeker's Chariot?
Yeah, that's very risky with Snakeskin Veil as a potential factor. He's brought in multiple from the board as well, and he happens to have one here. And Ichikawa just throws an Epiphany into the foretell zone and then just crosses his fingers.
Yeah, now we're going to probably see a kicked Inscription of Abundance. That land was big too, because now Christian can kick Inscription of Abundance, kill Smoldering Egg, attack with the Chariot, make a token, and still keep up Snakeskin Veil for the following turn.
Wow. Okay, yeah, that land was pretty good. And so were the 3 in a row that he drew a couple of turns ago.
I guess the question is where he wants to put these counters. He can choose to put the 2 counters on the Seeker's Chariot after the crew, or he can put it on one of his cat tokens.
Is there any way out for Ichikawa at this point, realistically? He's so far behind now.
It is going to be tough. I mean, probably starts with that Alrund's Epiphany, right? That gives you a couple of chump blockers. What if he draws something like a Leer? That could get him back into it, right? As this is Christian's only fight spell at the moment. Hullbreaker Horror is also an extremely powerful card, right? That's a card that really shines in the green matchup, so if you can draw that and play it.
All right, well, he's going to take a nice big hit here down to 18. Let's see what he draws for the turn. Spikefield Hazard's not really yet, but as you mentioned, he does have the Alrund's Epiphany. It was foretold, so he can pay for it here.
So Christian looks like he made a small mistake there. A mistake that I've made, admittedly, when playing this deck. When you cast Inscription of Abundance, there are 3 modes on that card, and when you kick it, you can use all 3 modes.
Oh, did he just not pick the middle?
He did not gain life.
He thought it was
the Inscription.
Abundance Command. He's which 2 do I want?
Which 2 of the 3? Yeah.
Oh, you get them all. All right, the Celestis is going to trigger over on Christian's turn, and yeah, it's just another land here for Ichikawa. He has bought himself a bit of time with these 2 bird tokens, but as you mentioned, he's going to need to find a heavy hitter and quickly.
Yeah.
Lest he get ran over.
An extra Inscription is kind of just a nice insurance policy here for Christian, as he knows now he has access to a way to kill one of those problematic large creatures that Yuki could have to come back. One thing to note, though, is that there is a Hall of Storm Giants on the battlefield.
Okay.
That Yuki can choose to block with here. So actually, I mean, that Inscription was really big, right? Because you can just, if Yuki taps out, you can put counters onto the Chariot to just,
and it'll just run it over.
Eat the Hall of Storm Giants, and then Snakeskin Veil, the Fading Hope, that Yuki will likely cast in response to this inscription.
Wow. Talk about having it all here for Christian Hauck. And Ichikawa says, I could just chump with the bird on second thought. Maybe. I'll throw it in.
I mean, he's pretty behind here. I think he might just need to go, hey, look, you already cast one inscription. If you got a Snakeskin Veil to trade, I'm okay with that.
Right.
Oh, and look, he's also trying to play around the inscription here. So he's going for the double block here. So if Christian just goes for the inscription, although Christian can kind of, if he kicks here, he can have the 2/2 fight the bird and then put 2 counters on the Chariot. So it's still kind of a blowout here.
Yeah, the double block against inscription doesn't really do what you need it to do. But he does it anyway. And now we're going to see a good old-fashioned blowout here, Paul.
Well, see, the thing is, Yuki's thinking, well, that's what he's going to do, right? He's gonna try to fight the 2/2,
and
then Yuki's gonna bounce the 2/2 in response, and it's not going to work because of the Snakeskin Veil.
Yeah, it's so brutal because this is what Yuki wants to happen, right? He's like, hey, I'm gonna force you to do this, and then Yuki can. Yeah, but he's kind of going, oh, I don't really like this.
Yeah, this is not great. However you do it.
He's going to actually go for the Chariot here.
I mean, yeah, this is...
Boom.
Oh, God, yeah.
Snakes get even. Look at that look. He's like, oh, no. Oh, just a disaster for Yuki Ichikawa. There was really no way for him to play around any of that.
Yeah.
And he just keeps on drawing land after land. Okay, hey, there's some business.
There is some, I mean, but there's just so much damage here from Christian's side, right? You cast the Windfall, then you have access to 5 mana. I suppose Burn Down the House will kill the tokens, but I mean, you're still dealing with a 9/9 Chariot here that Christian can still crew with the Faceless Haven that he has in play.
Yeah, he's going to need to find a Hullbreaker Horror very quickly here. Because that can actually, keep the Chariot off balance. It can start taking care of the cat tokens. It could just block.
Let's see, what are we looking at? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana. I mean, there is a world where, I mean, because Yuki is not going to die this turn, right? So if he can Windfall into the combo...
Oh, okay.
Right? And then he's going to need a little more than just the combo. But if you can Windfall into the combo and then find a little bit more, that would be his out.
How hard could it be? Here we go. Unexpected Windfall. Let's see what he finds.
No, that's not it, though. That's not it.
Oh, man. This has just not gone well for Yuki Ichikawa. Christian Hauck just seems to have everything at the right time. The Snakeskin Veils have just been devastating, and another land off the top. He still has the Celestis going, but now he's facing down very easy lethal, and Christian knows, wow, that's a lot of lands for Yuki. Just no way out here. At least it wasn't close. This is not one of those ones where you're like, if I would have just played something, it's just like, no, you were never winning this.
No,
like, you did not have the tools to get the job done here. So don't even, trick yourself. It's just all lands. Sorry.
Look, Yuki did everything he could.
Yes.
Right? While trying to play around the types of cards that Christian could have. But Christian had everything this game.
Yeah,
right?
He had it all.
He had the Veils. He had the multiple inscriptions. And, at that point, you just shake your opponent's hand and you're like, all right, well, still got a few more chances here.
A couple more shots at this thing, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's going to be good game there from Yuki Ichikawa, and Christian Hauck is going to improve to 11-2 and bring himself just one step away from guaranteed top 8. That's right. If you get to 12 wins here, you're in, and both of these players just need to win one of the next 2 to get the job done there, Paul.
Right, and remember, got to keep in mind, we all talk about 12 being the magic number, but there's not going to be necessarily 8 people with 12 wins going into the top 8 here. So both of these players with those incredible starts are likely going to have very, very good tie breaks. So, I mean, there's even a chance that if they lose the next 2, they might still make the top 8.
Yeah, there's a good chance there too. So really great position for those 2 players. Paul, we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, Luis Scott Vargas, anybody? He started off 0-2 and has made quite a comeback. He's going to be facing down Zachary Keaney right after this.
Hey. So we got another Is It Epiphany mirror coming up. A little bit boring, but some interesting players at least piloting those decks. Luis Scott Vargas is definitely one of my faves. Cracks me up. Luis Samuel del Toro. Oh, there's so much, is it? It's just a little bit annoying. Just looking at these deck lists, it's like the same colors always flashing past my eyes. Another Is It Epiphany list. Would you look at that? Surprise, surprise. Hey, Billy. Welcome, brother. Welcome. Good to have you. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a lovely day. Another Is It Epiphany list. My goodness, that's like 5 in a row. So like 36% of the field in standard. That's good to hear, Billy. That's good to hear. Piotr Glogowski. This guy's also pretty funny. Yeah, tomorrow's the last day. Tomorrow's the finals. And it's just historic tomorrow. No more standard. Which, for once, this is like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but like I'm actually happy about that. Standards are a little bit boring right now. Historic's pretty cool. I'm doing very well, Billy, thank you. I went to a wedding today. Out in a vineyard. Old high school friend's wedding. Had a couple of delicious cocktails. It was lovely. All right. See you guys on the other side. Peace.
And welcome back to coverage here of the Innistrad Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. Paul, starting off a tournament 2 and 3 is really not where you want to be. It can even kind of get you down, you know, I'm just not feeling it, that type of thing. But winning all your rounds after that to get to 9 and 3, that's where you want to be. And that's exactly where Luis Scott Vargas is. He had a tough start to his tournament, but has really turned the ship around. And all of a sudden, he finds himself facing down Zachary Keaney, who's also at 9 and 3. And this is a mirror of sorts. They're both on Is It Epiphany, Paul.
You know, it's one of those things where when he had that start, you know, we were talking and I just thought he was eliminated. I thought he just checked out. He was done.
Yeah.
No more.
That's also a Luis Scott Vargas thing. Like, he'll message Paul and I after he missed one. Oh, well, dead, can't win, you know. And then It's like through a few hours later, he's like, hey, I'm live for top. We're like, wait, what? Like, if he says he's dead, don't listen. He's just feeling bad.
Yeah,
but yeah, if either of these two players are live for top 8, and especially in the sense that if they can win out, they win this round, they go to 10 wins. 2 more rounds after this, that's 12. That's it. No, there's no controversy, no tiebreaker. You're just in. But that's 3 very tough rounds to win in a row. So let's see what happens here. It looks like the first big play of the game is unexpected windfall from Keaney.
Yeah,
and he finds, wow, a second Epiphany and a second windfall as well. And he's already got Epiphany and Behold in Fortell. So this is some real action here for Keaney.
And you can see here, Luis going for the main phase windfall. He absolutely needs to kind of keep up with the mana that Keaney has generated here by resolving his windfall first. Does not want to get his windfall divide by zeroed here.
Okay, well, both players have resolved windfalls. The only difference, though, is that Zachary Keaney has more cards in Fortell. He's invested his mana early, and now he gets to be the first one to fire off Alrund's Epiphany. He did have to use a treasure to do so, and he did not hit a land here, so he can't actually play another one.
Well, yeah, but he does have a Behold the Multiverse.
Uh-huh.
I'm wondering if he wants to fire that off or if he wants to cast this unexpected windfall first. I think given the fact that Zach has so many copies of Epiphanies available, he was just trying to use that to continue to develop a mana advantage, right? Sure, he used a treasure, but if he can hit a land drop off this Epiphany, that's going to put him far ahead in this matchup, because what the control mirror is all about is it's all about hitting your land drops and being ahead on mana.
Right, and he is now way ahead on mana. He did hit a land drop thanks to the unexpected windfall, and of course 2 more treasures in the stockpile as well. Yeah, and you can see the pressure these players face. Luis is now going to put Alrund's Epiphany into the Fortell zone and cross his fingers here.
And I'm wondering, is Zach just going to go for it here? He drew the iteration here, and now he can just go take 2 turns with Epiphany.
He's going for it. There it is. Alrund's Epiphany is going to get copied. The Spikefield Hazard is going to kill one of the birds here to try to make sure that he doesn't just die. But still, that's 2 turns in a row. That's going to be very difficult for Luis to overcome.
Yeah, because keep in mind, Zach's going to have 2 turns, and in those 2 turns, he can play Celestis, Fortell Epiphany, and then on the following turn, he will have the mana to cast 2 more Epiphanies.
So he's going to take 4 turns in a row? Yeah. Yeah, not much for Luis to do here. You know, he did use the hazard to kill a bird to try to keep his life total up, but 4 turns in a row, not a chance. What a sequence for Zachary Keaney, making sure to capitalize on that mana advantage that he got, and it is paying off big time for him.
And here I was thinking we were just going to be playing this nice, slow, relaxing control mirror, jockeying for position, casting some card draw spells, and Keaney just turbocharging here and winning what I think is his actual 6th turn or Luis's 6th turn here.
Wow. Really impressive win there for Zachary as he picks up the first game and puts Luis in a very tough position now at 9-3. You know, neither one of these players wants to pick up the loss. Yeah, I mean, of course, at any time during the tournament, but here particularly, you know, it puts you in very, very shaky territory where you still have to win your last 2 rounds, and then you're going to have 4 losses and no guarantee of a top 8 by any stretch.
Yeah. Both of these players need to basically win every single match to make sure that they are kind of the drivers of their own destiny here, right?
Yeah, so that's what you want. I mean, that's the most you can ask for at this stage in a tournament, right? Is that you get to be the one to decide whether you make the top 8 or not by, you know, your play.
Yeah.
All right, both players have kept here in game number 2. Let's get back underway. Luis starts things off with a land, so does Keaney. Nothing else going on here. Is there going to be a Smoldering Egg? Yes, there is. Luis got Vargas has Smoldering Egg down first.
Kind of an ideal start here for Luis, right? Turn 2 Egg, turn 3 Iteration, but doesn't want to run into a Jwari Disruption here, so passing instead and probably going for it next turn.
Yeah, he's got Divide by 0 as well, just in case Keaney goes for something. And we see some real patience here by Scott Vargas. He's just going to say land go. Leave up that Divide by 0. And once again, Keaney's content to just play a land and pass the turn back. Another expressive iteration here for Luis. And their Smoldering Egg picking up 2 counters. Needs to get to 7 before it becomes Ashmouth Dragon, which will end the game very quickly.
And look at this. Keaney, look at the timing of this. I love it. knowing that Luis wants to go iteration into exile land so that he can cast Divide by Zero, choosing to respond to the iteration and then going for the windfall there instead. So really, really a heads up play here from Keaney, just choosing the right timing here so he doesn't get his unexpected windfall Divide by Zero there.
Yeah, there was one window where he could do it, and he hit it exactly. Well done, Zachary Keaney. Now he's got Goldspan Dragon on the stack. That's going to get Divide by Zero, so that'll stem the bleeding here and put the Smoldering Egg up to 5. That expressive iteration will transform it next turn, Paul.
Yeah, and Keaney did keep some number of Fading Hope in his deck, so we're likely going to see him use that soon.
Here we go. Expressive Iteration is going to put a second copy of Hullbreaker Horror in hand for Luis and transform Ashmouth Dragon. It's ready to go. He got Teachings of the Archaics into his hand.
Which, not ideal when you have 7 cards in hand.
Right. Luis is going to stay home here. He wants to be able to potentially block a Goldspan, I assume.
That's what it looks
But
like.
it's not going to happen. Fading Hope is going to put that Ashmouth Dragon back into hand. That's a lot of work that just disappeared. Luis is going aggro on his hand here.
And I think, Zach's just moving in on the dragon here, and I don't think Luis has an answer.
Zachary Keaney playing beautifully. Gets Goldspan Dragon down. Attacks. He's got a lot of treasure, and of course those are double treasures now, so he has a ton of mana available. He can cast Divide by Zero and Sod coming, assuming that it's all in the same kind of chunk. Ooh, there's a Divide by Zero for Luis.
I think,
is it just Hullbreaker Horror time? Or
I think it is, but keep in mind, I mean, Keaney does have access to a Divide by Zero. And not only that, I mean, we're going to be able to Alrund's Epiphany this turn as well if he wants to. I mean, this Goldspan Dragon is giving Keaney access to so much mana. I mean, we're looking at 15 mana available here from Keaney.
Yeah, that's going to be very tough to deal with. You said it before, Paul, that, you know, the name of the game in the matchup is having a big mana advantage. You know, most of the time these decks are very good about finding things to do with mana. It's just having enough of it. And as you can see, Zachary Keaney winning that particular race quite easily here.
Yeah, Luis,
you know, I'm looking at the 2 Hullbreaker Horrors in Luis's hand. Are those good enough?
I mean,
Ooh,
they're a little bit
Bolt.
slow, but this was big. Luis now has found an answer to the Goldspan Dragon.
Right, he can finally get it off the battlefield.
But remember,
Divide by
Zach has
Paul.
multiple ways to protect this dragon. He can bounce the dragon. If Luis has some kind of counter spell, then he still has that solid coming here as well. Oh, jeez. And I mean, this is probably going to do it here, right? Luis only has access to a Divide by Zero, and Zach now has Iteration Epiphany set up here with all that mana here.
Yeah, you know, I think that Galvanic Iteration is just it.
Oh. What a quick dispatching of Luis Scott Vargas here from Zach Keaney.
Incredible victory there for
Wow.
Zachary Keaney. My goodness sakes, that was a beating, Paul. An incredible win for Zachary, and he moves himself one step closer to a top 8 here.
Yeah, and you could just see it too. I mean, sure, you're going up against one of the all-time greats here in Luis Scott Vargas, but I mean, his play was just so clean, so crisp. Somebody who is extremely familiar with how this deck plays out, and also just pointing out Goldspan Dragon. I mean, we saw Yuta Takahashi win the World Championship and do a lot of work, and this is why. It is able to just give your opponent so many headaches while also giving you so much mana to work with in this matchup.
Yeah, that's right. You know, we've got more Magic to bring you here, Paul, as well. We're not done yet. That one was actually pretty quick, and that means we get a little bit of time for Camilo Lukesh versus Zemun Gertson. And that's Mono Black Zombies versus Dimir Delver. So we're kind of getting a different look at Standard here, Paul.
Oh, wait, this wasn't the metagame you expected at the top tables here, round 13?
No, I was more of the one that we just saw.
Right. Yeah.
Is it Epiphany Mirror? And instead, we're looking at Yeah, kind of two. I guess we could call them rogue decks, right?
Oh, yes. What else would you call them?
I'm gonna call them a rogue deck. I'm
All right.
for it. All right. There's Concealing Curtains hitting the battlefield here for Camille. I love that card.
Well, this is quite the aggressive curve here for Simon Gertson, but the Concealing Curtains doing a good job of getting in the way for the time being here.
See, double Champion of the Perished opener here for Simon. He also has double Tainted Adversary. That's it, though. Just a bunch of lands otherwise.
Yeah, I think Simon, just considering the different merits of kind of sequencing his creatures here, he can either go Tainted... If he goes Tainted Adversary this turn, next turn he can go Champion Tainted Adversary, and he gets to basically unload his entire hand. The alternative would be to just play out the Champion of the Parish this turn, and that maximizes the number of counters you would get overall on your champions. But it looks like Simon's just going for the full mana utilization plan here.
Yeah, sometimes it really matters to get every single counter you can on your Champion of the Parish, and you want to maximize for that. But that's not always the case. Sometimes mana efficiency is better. Okay, back over to Simon. Ooh, he finds Infernal Grasp here, so he can actually get a blocker out of the way if he'd like, and he can play the Champion this turn too. That's got to be tempting.
Yeah. One thing Simon does need to be mindful of is Crippling Fear. That's not a card that we see all that often these days.
Oh my.
But against a zombie deck, seems like it could be pretty good.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. You see it in hand here. All right, there's Graveyard Trespasser hitting the battlefield. Simon's deciding to just run out all of his creatures. He does have one creature that would survive the Crippling Fear. The Champion of the Parish, the OG, is at 4/4, but the rest are very vulnerable to that sweeper.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see a lot of damage here. We're going to see an Infernal Grasp here on the Trespasser. Attack with everything. If Camillo's only really good block is a block on the Champion of the Parish, and he's going to take 8. He's going to go down to 6. You play Crippling Fear, you still have a Champion of the Perished and a Faceless Haven that you need to deal with on the following turn, and you basically, the only way you can survive is chump blocking one of the 4-power creatures with the Concealing Curtains. So over the course of the next turn, next couple of turns, if that's the sequencing that occurs, I mean, Camillo's going to be in a lot of trouble. Even after Crippling Fear.
Yeah, it's interesting because Simon's ahead right now. You know, he certainly has had a much quicker start. This is what he wanted to see. He's going to have to discard his Swamp. He's out of cards, and he gets a nice big attack here, but he's not going to have much of a board after this.
Right, but remember, he's going to be at 6. We're going to see a Crippling Fear. And then he's going to have to chump block the 0/4 with one of the 4/4s and go down to 2.
Yeah. This is where creature lands can be so critical post sweeper, right? When they can get you right back in there with damage right away. This is game 3, by the way, between these two. I want to remind you at home, these guys are 9-3. They're on the same record as our prior match, and they have the same exact considerations. A win here would mean I control my own destiny. I can still win out and make the top 8, and nobody can tell me any different. Here comes Faceless Haven and Champion. One of these is going to have to get blocked, and down to 2 goes Camillo. Can he get out of this?
Yeah, so we have a flunk and then a
Malevolent
chump block.
Hermit.
We have a flunk and a chump block available here. So he will survive this next turn, assuming Simon doesn't have anything else here. Oh.
Tainted Adversary.
That was a card.
Huge.
Oh,
that's going to get him 6 power on the board. All lethal. 3 lethal threats he'll have just from that one card.
Yeah, he'll have 3 lethal threats. So Simon likely... I mean, I guess you could run out the adversary here first to see, but... Next turn, we're going to be looking at the very least at Tainted Adversary, 2 Decay tokens, and a Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is so much heat here from Simon. He just has no chill in game 3. There's the flunk. That's enough to kill the champion. But the follow-up play is devastating. Look at this. Tainted Adversary. You only have to pay once here to get the 2/2/2 Decay zombies, but they're all lethal.
So
Graveyard Trespasser and Suspicious Stowaway.
So
that's
gain
not
you...
enough though, right?
Well,
the Eye Tyrant has Menace. It's just going to blast on through.
Well, it is nighttime. So he actually got 2
you're
drains.
Right. You're right.
He got 2
so he's
drains.
up to 4.
Yeah, so he's up to 4.
Oh man, this is so close. Field of Ruin was a draw step there for Gertson. That is not lethal.
So Hive of the Eye Tyrant will no longer kind of be a lethal forced block.
Right.
Given that he's at 4 now. But what happens if he just attacks with everything? You could just block all 3 creatures that are in play right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Take the 3 and go to 1.
That's right. Oh man, this is close.
And you probably want to go with the... Well, so the alternative is Faceless Haven, right? So that's a lethal attack as well by itself. So you attack with Faceless Haven. That probably gets blocked by the Trespasser. Okay, so we're getting in with the Eye.
Okay, Hive of the Eye Tyrant's fired up and everything's going to hit the red zone. This is Simon Gertson really taking advantage of those Decay zombies. Look, they're not going to be here after this combat, but they actually matter right now. And the blocks are pretty awkward here for Lukesh as he just... Yeah, I mean, when you start trading your creatures for the Decay zombies, you know you're not in a good spot. He's going to go down to 1. Only the Graveyard Trespasser is left on the battlefield.
Okay.
But it did transform.
So it transformed. So maybe attacking is better? How many... we can Agadeem's Awakening for 2. Is there a 1 and a 2 drop in the graveyard? I think there's a Concealing Curtains and a Stowaway / Hermit, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
is that enough? You'll be at 3? No, that's not going to be enough. You don't want to attack. I don't think you want to attack.
Because you only have 2 creatures and you're facing two lethal threats. One of them
2 lethal threats, exactly. Yeah. One which has menace. So you can survive though, right? You can go Awakening for 2, and you'll have 3 blockers here.
Simon is like, what do I got to do? You know, I got him down to 2. Now I got him down to 1.
Oh, excuse me. The curtains was exiled, I believe.
Oh, okay, that's the exiled card.
But he still had access to 2 creatures this turn. Okay.
That unfortunately did transform his Graveyard Trespasser back again, but no choice there. Still a 4/4. Looks a lot better.
Yeah, and it's so tough having any sort of good blocks against the Tainted Adversary, as it does have Death Touch.
It does, yeah. Really tough. Now, in this case, you know, he wouldn't mind getting the Concealed Curtains in the yard to turn on the Awakening for a similar play that you described for this turn, but instead for next turn.
Right.
But he needs to make some headway, right? Like, Camilo needs to trade a few creatures off, get a 2-for-1 back, and have Simon basically brick. Now, Simon drew Champion of the Parish, so that's not a brick, right? Right now, every creature's lethal.
When you're at 1,
they're all good. So,
yeah.
And he has enough mana, by the way, to still fire up one of his creature lands and still cast Champion. So that matters too.
And yeah, it looks like Simon wants to fire up the Hive. Again, this is another.
Can he take away the 2-drop from the graveyard?
So that's what I was going with it. Yeah, for sure. Like now when you do this attack, you make it so that a card like Agadeem's Awakening is less effective, along with a card like Graveyard Trespasser, right? The less creatures that you have access to in the graveyard, the less life you can potentially gain over the course of a game.
Camilo manages to survive again. There's the champion. An island off the top. Can this get him 2 creatures is the question. Oh, we can get him 3 creatures.
Okay.
Wow, Camilla Lukesh is back again.
All right, now he's at 2. So the champion is not a lethal attack. Is he thinking about attacking with this Geist? No way, right?
He's looking at it.
No way.
I mean, the Hive of the Eye Tyrant's dead, so no more menace threats.
But, I mean, there's a good double block probably somewhere.
Oh, Fell Stinger off the top for Simon Gertson.
2 damage!
He can target his opponent with Oh, man. Who needs burst spells when you're Simon
for the burn. You know what? You can draw 2. Here you go, buddy. Here's some cards.
Got a little gift for you, old friend. So brutal.
You know, I did not anticipate a match ending in that fashion.
No, the Fell Stinger burnout plan gets there for Simon, and he picks up the victory. That means, by the way, Paul, that he's still live for a top 8. Now, he's still got work to do. He's got his mono black rogue deck, and he's got to win the next 2 matches. But if he does, he'll lock a seat in the top 8.
Yeah, and again, you got to give some big props here to Simon Gertson, choosing to play. He's done this a few times over the course of the events that he's played over the last couple of years. He doesn't always bring kind of what many would consider the top deck. He always brings something a little bit different, and at times he's had a lot of success with it. So again, going into this tournament where everybody was on, is it Epiphany, mono green, mono white? Simon goes, you know what? I'm gonna try something a little bit different, do it my way, and see if I can get there.
That's right. Great job by Simon to keep his top 8 hopes alive. We'll see if he can do it as we follow this tournament to its finish here for today. We've got 2 more rounds to bring you, but first, these messages.
Hey. Cemetery Illuminator. Does anybody know this one? I say like Actually don't know this one. Cemetery Illuminator. Okay. Whoops. Which card is that? Is that a new one from Crimson Bar? I feel like it's maybe a blue card. Kyle Rose qualified for the Innistrad Championship through Magic Online. Which Pro Tour did you win? They told us this yesterday. New York. D is my final answer. Be London though. No. No, it's New York. What? Oh, that was gonna be my second choice. It's like, maybe it's London. Nice, okay. He lost yesterday with mono white. That match was painful to watch, the poor guy.
Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome back to coverage of the Innistrad Championship. Here on day 2, we have just 2 rounds to play. We are getting so close to finding out who will be playing in our top 8. Let's take a look at our leaderboard to find out where we're at after 13 rounds of play. Check this out: Christian Hogg, Toru Saito, and Yuki Ichikawa all sit at 11 and 2. That means this coming round is a win and in, because 12 wins sends you to our top 8. Now I want to point out something here. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, those players are teammates. Okay, between them in their standard and historic decks are 450 identical cards, and they are sitting in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th as a team. That has got to be incredibly exciting. you have figured it out. Wow, great work to those players so far in our tournament. Let's take a look at our top 8 list right now. It's blank. You know what that means, everybody? That these are going to be 2 super intense rounds of Magic. We've got 2 rounds to put our entire top 8 together, but don't worry, everyone. We guarantee that we're going to put someone there this round because of our 11 and 2s. That just means these last 2 rounds of Magic are going to be really, really exciting. Christian Hogg is one of those players who has a win and in coming up this round. He talked to Mani last round after his win.
I am here with Christian Hogg, who just picked up that win over Yuki Ichikawa to put himself at 11 and 2 and just 1 match win away from our top 8. Christian, congratulations.
Thank you. I'm excited.
Right,
Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, of course you must be. All right, so talk to me about that match. It was pretty close, right? What were you feeling being this close to the top 8?
Yeah, I knew like this is an important one, so I better win. And I had some very clutch decisions to make. I think I'm fine with my decisions. I think they turned out well, and I should go for it. But you know, like one decision a little bit different, and the whole game can shift into a completely different direction.
Yeah, I mean, sitting where we are now, it feels like you made the right decisions getting here. All right. I want to go back in the day a little. Earlier on the second and third rounds today, you lost back-to-back rounds to Huey Jensen, Kai Buddha, 2 of the game's greatest on the same deck. How did you right the ship mentally to come back here and put yourself in this 11 and 2 position?
Yeah, I already tweeted I'm playing very relaxed this weekend, so the losses didn't confuse me or anything. I mean, it would be great to win, but I mean, Kai and Yui are fantastic players, world-class players. And yeah, the match, like my draw steps were pretty poor. I didn't draw any Cocos, and I think I can win the match against Kai if I draw a land. So it was a little bit tilting, but no, it was fine. Like you win some, you lose some. The weekend went pretty well for me, so I take these 2 losses as well.
Fair enough. Well, you've got the mindset, you've got the decks, you've got the record, and you're in prime position. 1 more win until the top 8. Best of luck, Christian, and I look forward to talking to you later on in the day.
Thank you so much.
That's Christian Hogg at 11 and 2. One of the cool decks that we're seeing here this weekend is Orzhov Control that a few players have brought. It's a really sweet deck. Let's hear what they have to say about the deck, and if they've chosen to play it or play against it, what their tips and tricks are.
So I actually won a Grand Prix with Orzhov Control. This was in New York. So I am familiar with Orzhov Control. It is hard for Orzhov Control to be good in Standard because generally the blue cards are the better control cards.
To me, this the black-white deck is very reminiscent of Lucas Blohan's PT Eldritch Moon winning list, which was also black-white control. Powerful planeswalkers, relatively powerful creatures, and some big splashy spells that have a big impact on the game.
Orzhov is all about controlling the board, so it has spot removal for the early game, it has sweepers, and it kills with planeswalkers and creature lands.
And it's got card advantage in the form of learn cards and getting access to your sideboard.
Orzhov Control is a deck that really wants to run its opponent out of cards, run them out of threats, and then start beating them to death. Whereas a lot of mid-range decks are typically filled with a ton of 2-for-1s, which is the case for Orzhov Control, but care more about accruing so much board state and advantage that it doesn't really matter that the opponent still has stuff left because all of the mid-range deck stuff is better. Orzhov Control is very much about it wants you to have nothing left.
The Orzhov Control deck has a ton of flexibility because it gets to play with Faceless Haven, which is a fantastic creature land that lets it sort of go from non-aggressive to aggressive when it needs to, along with the great planeswalkers like Lolth and Sorin that give it card advantage and creatures in play.
Orzhov Control, more than any other deck, is probably the most defined by versatility deck we've got here. Its removal spells target pretty much every threat in the metagame, It has board wipes to answer any sort of go-wide board state. But possibly more than anything else, it's also the deck most capable of changing game plans on the fly. It can pivot to being aggressive really well.
The difficult part about playing a deck like this is that you need to line up your answers against the right threats. Like, it's a lot about answer management and which card is meant to kill which card from the opponent. And sometimes that means taking a lot of damage early because you don't want to waste your sweeper or waste your premium removal spell or on something you can deal with in another way.
Orzhov Control really rewards players for identifying when they're supposed to be the aggressive deck. Between all of the different creatures that normally accrue value, the lands that attack, and Meathook Massacre giving you a lot of reach, a surprising amount of reach, a frankly scary amount of reach, the deck can actually start attacking and doing a pretty good job of it.
So Orzhov Control is not a deck that was high on people's radar. I think it is a sleeper pick that is going to gain more popularity as people realize how good it is against all the creature decks. Its only weak matchup is really against Izzet.
Yeah, I think the flexibility of the cards, the flexibility of Lesson Learn, really give the Orzhov deck a lot of play. It's really a tricky deck to play. You have access to a lot of different cards at different times, and figuring out which ones to deploy is a really important skill.
And that is a look at Orzhov Control. Welcome back to the news desk, Monty Devuti and Corey Baumeister. We have a good time here, watching some Magic, talking to you guys. We're going to set up our next round here, round number 13. 2 rounds left here before our top 8 is decided. So it is coming down to the wire because so far we have nobody in our top 8. Here we go. Christian Hogg versus Toru Saito. Mono green aggro versus Izzet Epiphany. Christian Hogg's like, hold on a second. Didn't I just play this matchup? I gotta win it again. Cracks knuckles. Let's take a look at our players here. Christian Hogg on mono green aggro. Been pacing the field for a lot of the tournament. 64.5% standard win rate. Said he was super calm and relaxed. I bet he's feeling the sweat at least a little bit now as we get down to top 8 here. Toru Saito is the opponent here. Check out that number of arena games played. More than 23,000. That's absurd. Izzet Epiphany, 65.4% standard win rate with that many games played. That's really good. Let's talk about these decks, Corey.
That's a lot of practice. All right, let's get into Christian Hogg's deck because we're going to see mono green. We just saw this deck in action for the last round, and we're actually going to see the exact same Izzet deck here next as well. Same old thing that we saw for the last round. 2 Snakeskin Veil is going to be very key in this, as well as the Ovenwald Oddity, very important as well. That 1 Ren and 7 could come into play. We'll take a look at this Izzet deck here real quick. But, yep, you saw it right. This is the same Izzet deck as well. A lot of one-ofs here. We saw it not necessarily work out for Yuki in the last round, but we're going to try to do it again. These are teammates, so they're hoping to get some redemption here and see who can, well, win and into the top 8 here. This is a true win and in this round. It's going to be exciting.
Absolutely. We've got to put our first few players into the top 8 there. There's a look at the decks. What about our predictions? Are we going to change anything up from last round when we made the calls on these? How about you, Corey?
Yeah, so far I've learned I got to stop betting against Christian Hogg. I think that's when I've gotten it wrong. Every time is when I bet against him, so I'm done with that. I'm going mono green machine. I'm going Christian Hogg.
All right, Christian Hogg. Corey's changing his tune. What about you, Monty?
Well, how the turns have tabled. Corey coming around. I'm going to stick with Christian Hogg. I believed last round, unlike some people. I believe again.
Yeah, I believe again too, Monty. I'm going with Christian Hogg. Mono green. Let's smash some face here. We got round number 14 coming up here from the Innistrad Championship. Don't go anywhere. We're going to put somebody into the top 8. This is a winning in, people. We'll be right back.
Well, another matchup that we've seen already, but I don't know. I'm starting to want Christian Hogg to win, so I'm rooting for him. And if he can take down, who is it? Epiphany decks in a row, then that's, you know, I have a feeling then we'll definitely be seeing a lot more of him for the rest of the year, because that's some serious skills. Graham and Gucci did not do so well. I was just watching the scrolling thing at the bottom of the screen. There's a lot of the other guys I was following that are unfortunately out of the counting for the top 8. They're like 4 and 6 or something like that. Pity, a pity. I guess they had a bad time in the historic earlier. Theo. Okay. Hmm. 24 lands plus the Kazandis. Alright guys, see you on the other side. Go Christian.
Welcome back to round 14 of the Innistrad Championship. We are deep into standard. Corey's not here right now. I'm not sure why I'm talking about Corey, but Cedric Phillips and Alieloni here to bring you the next round of action. Cedric, I had a brain fart, all right? I'm sorry.
Wow.
I apologize.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna figure out what to do with that.
You know what? That extra minute in the ad break messed me up, okay? It's fine. Anyway. Back to the action, my friend.
Okay.
Not Corey.
Okay.
We are gonna put someone in
Not
the top
Corey
8.
is right.
Not Corey.
Not Corey. Unbelievable. I'm gonna let it go and focus on mono green aggro is what I'm gonna do.
Heck
I'm
yeah.
gonna do the thing that I'm good at, which is focusing on aggressive strategies, beating the crap out of Izzet strategies, which is what I'm hoping takes place here in just a moment, because I like a good mono green deck. I like Christian Hogg, and I was beaten down in both formats. So it's a pretty good opening hand. It's got a chariot. It's got a 2-drop, it's got a 3-drop, and I will let it go. I will let Corey Phillips go and Cedric Phillips be here for the remainder of this match. Let's do this.
Let's do it. Good opening hands here for Christian Hogg. He's going to love going Ranger Class into Kazandu Mammoth, into the Esseka's Chariot if he is able to find that 4th land. But Werewolf Pack Leader is a nice rip off the top here as well. So Kazandu Mammoth, going to play as a Valley. And pass the turn back, where we've got some stuff happening here for Toru Saito. It's got the Demon Bolt he can send off into the Foretell Zone. Also has Expressive Iteration and Galvanic Iteration at the ready. But a Braid, also very, very tempting, because there's a particular 3-drop for a 3-power toughness creature in the Werewolf Pack Leader. So he might be eyeing out here.
Looks like we're going to kick things off with the Ranger class. Now, one thing I do always like to say about this matchup, it's more so on the Izzet side than it is on the mono green side. Mono green is going to just kind of do the same thing every game, right? Creatures, they're pretty powerful as far as mana cost is concerned. They hit for a lot of damage all at once, and then ideally you get the game over with before Izzet kind of gets to their end game, right? The question is how much is Izzet prepared for this matchup? And Toru is pretty well prepared for this. Now, there's a little bit of this, a little bit of that as far as there's one Goldspan Dragon. I believe there's only one copy of Hullbreaker Horror where if you were looking to really mess up mono green, you'd play 2, 3, or 4 copies of that card. So there's some hedging up and down and all around, which isn't a bad thing here for Saito if you want to be good against everything, but it makes you a little bit worse in this particular matchup.
Things looking pretty ideal here for Christian. Is able to get this Werewolf Pack Leader down and keep up mana for Snakeskin Veil in hand. Now, how much does Toru Saito want to get this off the battlefield? He does have two ways to deal with it.
You just want to keep the battlefield clean until you can really get things going. That's the entire plan in the matchup. So the Snakeskin Veil that's been drawn is pretty important here for Christian Hauck.
Old Growth Troll drawn at the top. Land number 4 is available here for Hauck, so he can multi-spell this turn. Wonder if he's curious about Ranger class. But quite a few options here.
Yeah, and this is what makes it tough on the mono green side, is because if you kind of misstep, you get set back badly by a card like Divide by Zero, Fading Hope, Galvanic Iteration, that sort of thing. So you kind of have to make sure that you maximize your mana and your play on every single turn that you make. You mentioned Ranger's class activation and maybe attacking that way. I like just starting here, which is presenting an attack for 3, and see how Saito elects to respond.
It's going to be the Demon Bolt as the removal spell. Fired off first here for Toru Saito. Now, will this result in the Snakeskin Veil being cast? You gotta think it's a pretty good card to keep sticking around here. So Snakeskin Veil is going to protect this Werewolf Pack Leader. It's waiting for some friends to be able to draw cards off of its ability. But Test of Talents is going to say, no, thank you very much. And we're going to get a look at the hand here. This is very good for Toru.
This is kind of the nuts exchange here for Toru, because he's going to get the opportunity to play 3 spells. So Demon Bolt is 1. Target your Werewolf Pack Leader. Okay, you use one of your copies of Snakeskin Veil. You don't have a ton of those in the main deck. It's a great card in the matchup. Okay, well, those are gone now. I don't ever have to worry about them again. I still have a mana left over for your follow-up threat of your Rangers class token. I get to bounce that and scry if I want to. So he got to maximize his mana across this turn. It's a beautiful thing for this Is It Epiphany player.
It's going to be very happy with that exchange indeed. Fading Hope gets rid of the Wolf token, scries a land to the bottom, and draws another Clearwater Pathway off the top of the library. So let's go Expressive Iteration, take a look-ski here. There's an Orange Epiphany, and there's a Hullbreaker Horror. Uh-oh, indeed.
Yeah, I'd be more concerned with the Kraken here than the Epiphany. That's kind of the endgame card that green does not want to play against, because if Izzet gets the opportunity on tap with that thing, it's game over.
Very much so. Chaining that together with all the cheap little spells that this deck loves to play is bad news bears for this green deck, which Christian hasn't been able to get anything to stick on the battlefield as at the moment. So let's see where he goes to now. It's going to be Essica's Chariot.
Yeah, he's got to pick up the pace here, and he's got to get a little lucky along the way. So, okay, there's land number 7. So Hullbreaker Horror is going to show up to the battlefield next turn. We see the Galvanic Iteration pretty useless right now, so the game plan the game plan is extremely clear about what's going on here.
Galvanic Iteration is about as useless as a fight spell with no creature to target.
Yep. I mean, at the best case circumstance, right, is you play Hullbreaker Horror, you get to untap and you cast Iteration, which, you know, does nothing, but, you know, at least it triggers the Hullbreaker Horror, so that's cool, I guess. You know, it's better than nothing.
It's a something. It becomes something not so useless with that Hullbreaker down on the battlefield. Old Growth Troll is going to join the fray. Essica's Chariot's going to be fired up in for 8 points of damage here, so down to 12 we go, and an extra 2/2 to boot.
Now, this isn't so bad. You know, you're getting pretty wide on the battlefield here. This doesn't look so bad. You know, we'll see what the draw step is as we go. You'd love to be able to deploy another Rangers class or something, but these snowlands are making it a little bit difficult. So that's the key land. That's the flashpoint. And Brawl? Wow, Brawl's actually pretty good. Second Brawl's actually not bad here. That's pretty funny. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So just doing a little math here. If you're going to fire up the Chariot with the Old Growth Troll, you have to figure out what you want to fire up with first, right? So you can fire up with the Old Growth Troll, you can do it with 2 tokens, depending on what you're scared of, because you're playing against an Izzet player that has 7 mana untapped, right? That could be a lot of different things. We all know it's Hullbreaker Horror and really nothing else, but Christian Hauck doesn't know that. So what do you want to activate Chariot with? Do you want to play Rangers class pre-combat? Do you want to activate Ranger's class pre-combat? Do you want to fire up Faceless Haven with Forest, Faceless Haven? That's 3 snow permanents, which leaves you with a single green post. You have to get this turn right. If you don't get this turn right, you basically lose.
So advantage to Christian at the moment, but it all depends how he navigates this attack here. Knowing that there is a Hullbreaker Horror that could jump down at any time, there's also the Hall of the Storm Giants. Now we're going to go for what you mentioned, Cedric. Faceless Haven is going to be fired up here using the 3 snow permanents. And we're going to get some swings in. That is a lot of damage coming through.
So if you block a 2-power creature with Hullbreaker, or you take 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 sets.
Isn't he?
Yeah, it's lethal. If you block a 2-power creature, it's lethal. So you have to play Horror, block a 4-power creature, take 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then you get to brawl away the Horror, I believe.
Yeah. Because there's no other spell that he can follow up with.
That's what it looks like to me right now. As Hullbreaker Horror comes down before blocks, if you block a 2-power creature, you're DOB, you're taking 12 unblocked. If you block a 4-power creature, you can make a decision between Chariot and Faceless Haven. You take 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, then post, brawl, fight something. It'll be indestructible because of the snow permanents, and then green's still doing really good.
Here's the other consideration is Hall of Storm Giants. That ward is going to be a big deal post-combat to keep it alive. That also keeps the Hellbreaker alive, and if you draw a 1-mana spell, then you'll be able to Hellbreaker Horror, use a Fade Away or a Fading Hope or something like that to be able to stay alive? Question mark. Probably not being at 2, but I kind of like this a little more.
Yeah, so I guess the 1-mana spell, I don't even know if the 1-mana spell's any good, right?
Yeah. Well, it would get rid of 2 things off the board, but still he's at 2, so...
Yeah, if 1 creature comes through, you're dead. And yeah, even burn down the house... Burn that house wouldn't even be good enough, right? I guess you'd have to peel Snowland to be able to turn on Faceless Haven to go for the W there.
Yeah.
And actually, I take it back. That's not even true because Old Growth Troll would go onto a Snowland. Then you'd be able to tap that Snowland for 2 snow and then another 4. So burn down the house is no good. So now it's just a desperation iteration, and I don't even know what it finds.
That was very good. That's the title of your next hit song, Cedric.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. That's going to be a concession there.
Big W. It's a big W for green.
So very, very good win there. Just pressuring with so many creatures. No way to keep control of the board. Saito did the best he could. But after sideboard, he gets to go and get some goodies.
Some good ones indeed. And you're seeing 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards coming in. We're going to be less Epiphany focused and more about just controlling the battlefield. So eggs, Thundering Rebuke, Abrade, Burn Down the House, Leer. A lot of good ones coming in. And some slower cards that are good against the opposing blue decks going out. For Hogg, not much changes. Blizzard Brawls are going to leave. It looks like an Inscription's going to come in. And Snakeskin Veil, which is an ace in this matchup, is going to come in as well.
I must say, I do quite like the Inscription of Abundance. Just being able to have a instant speed interactive spell on your opponent's turn, force them to respond to something then, and then being able to untap and do whatever you want on your turn. It's been super helpful for the mono green aggressive strategies.
There's been some interesting discussion around like if you're supposed to leave in some number of Blizzard Brawls when you know your opponent has access to egg, and if you do, how many you're supposed to leave in? 1 copy, 2 copy. You don't want the full amount, presumably. I think it's really negotiable about like what you want to do. Obviously, Christian Hogg's setup is working extremely well for him, so I'm not one here to critique it. It's just more of a conversation of which route do you want to go.
Game number 2 underway. Just to remind everyone, this is a win and in. Whoever wins this matchup will be in the top 8. So everything to play for here. They don't want to play another round of Magic. They want to get their win and in. One and done. Let's get things underway here. Elrond's Epiphany, foretold. And how do we start off this time? It's going to be Werewolf Pack Leader. It's the battlefield, and it's going to get to smacking.
Probably just want to kill this. While Hogg is tapped out, I guess I would say potentially. Like if you're going to kill something, you probably want to do it while they're tapped out, just because of Snakeskin Veil. But Celestis is a good thing to use as far as acceleration is concerned. You just hate getting veiled when you're playing Is it? It's the worst.
Rightly so. Fading Hope available with Celestis. Werewolf Pack Leader's going to chip in there for 3 points of damage. And here we're going to see Old Growth Troll come on down. There's a Divide by Zero. Nice draw there for Toru Saito. Does have that burn down the house he's working towards, so he'll be quite happy if he'll find a land here and can fire that off next turn.
Found quite a few.
So he's looking pretty good in terms of controlling the battlefield. He's going to go for the Divide by Zero just to keep the life total at a healthy 17 for the time being. Mascot Exhibition is fetched from the sideboard.
Yeah, I think I think I just like attack plus Chariot this turn. I like to keep it pretty simple.
Yeah. Chariot's great.
So darn powerful.
Doesn't get hit by Burn Down the House, so that's a very, very nice card to have resolved on the battlefield. Burn, baby, burn. Is there anything else we're interested in doing this turn for Toru Saito?
Yeah, kind of a tough spot. You know, you burn down the house and you kill everything, which, okay, it makes a lot of sense. Actually, Burn's actually really good right now. I take it back because he does have a copy of Fading Hope in hand. So you burn down the house, and then the follow-up play from how you presume will be Old Growth Troll, activate Chariot. Chariot gets bounced via Fading Hope. It's a really good exchange for you if you're Saito. So that's the play you kind of have set up. But that doesn't mean that Christian Hogg is going to acquiesce. And that's the kind of thing that's interesting this turn, is he might just go Pack Leader plus Thing, which is what he's doing now, and then activate Chariot. So now he's kind of spread his board out a little bit.
Yeah.
And is still going to have the ability to activate Chariot.
Unless he responds now and bounces the Pack Leader.
It's also very true.
Then Chariot won't get a chance to crew.
Yep.
What do you dislike most? Because Fading Hope does give the Scry if it's a token or the Werewolf Pack Leader.
Now this is okay. I was going to say, is he for sure going to activate? I think you just have to. Just make your opponent have it. You know, there's no reason to get too cute here and say, okay, I won't do that. Blah blah blah. There's your land for the turn, the Tangled Veil. Now you're going to do some attacking. Ooh, we're actually wow. Okay, so we're going to bounce the token. Okay, got it.
Fair.
But you do take 4. Are you happy with taking that 4?
Toru seems okay with that for the time being. Those chunks do add up over time, though, so gotta be a little bit careful with these attacks. Smoldering Egg is on top of the library. Is that good enough right now? Is there something else that he could be digging for here?
Kind of interesting, right? So you can go like Egg plus Windfall. I mean, this turn you also have 6 mana, so you can Epiphany. Looks like we're gonna keep it on top. Okay, that's notable. It is also notable that just taking the 4 damage there.
Yeah. Maybe he thinks he's pretty good at this point. Divide by Zero can protect his face.
Uh-huh.
I would also get 3 counters on the Smoldering Egg. You can flip that over with Auron's Epiphany. Perhaps just race to victory that way. Ooh, inscriptions, though. I like that.
Yeah, so inscriptions are interesting. They're a little bit more expensive than Blizzard Brawl, but they provide some real flexibility. Again, one of the things I really like about this green deck is you have a lot of options with your cards and how you're going to play them. Ranger's Class. How do you want to use that this turn? Do you want to activate that at all? It costs some mana. Faceless Haven, same thing. Do you want to play Old Growth Troll pre-combat? How do you want to use Inscription on a turn like this? Your opponent's got access to 4 mana right now. You know they have a Mascot Exhibition that they're 1 land away from, which would transform Smoldering Egg. And you have to assume the card over there is Auron's Epiphany, but it's a sideboard game. So do you really want to assume it's Epiphany? It's all those things that Hogg is thinking about right now, which makes him such a good aggro player.
With Old Growth Troll in the stack, Divide by Zero is highlighted in Toru Saito's hand. Let's see if he goes for it here, just to keep this off the battlefield. He wouldn't be able to recast it. So there's no way right now, at least that Saito can see, that this Chariot will get crewed up.
Yeah.
Divide by Zero fetches an Environmental Sciences. Not an irrelevant card. The life gain is important. World Pack Leader is going to chip in here for 3. Will we see a block here on Smoldering Egg?
So this is kind of interesting to me, right? Because
this could be 5.
Well, so what's interesting to me about this, you could have just activated Ranger's Class and attack for 4, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sure, take it. Move on with my life. But he didn't do that. He said, I'll attack for 3. Do I have something? Do I not have something? Do I have Snakeskin Veil? Do you care? Are you going to play around Inscription? Most people board Inscription out against this deck because they have Divide by Zero and Fading Hope and like all these cards that make Inscription kind of bad, right? So it looks like this thing's just going to get through.
Nice. For 5, down to 5 goes Toru Saito. And now what can he do with his turn? There's an Abrade that can deal with the Esika's Chariots. But first things first, we're going to get some birds. We're going to flip the Smoldering Egg. Ashmouth Dragon is going to get to smacking. And this is going to be an interesting turn of events here.
Yeah, so it's gotten
Saito can get this mascot exhibition out.
Yeah, it's gotten tough now here for Hogg. And you got to think that the advantage is definitely Toru Saito's way because he's taken an extra turn. He's transformed Smoldering Egg into Ashmouth Dragon. He has the mana to cast Exhibition. Again, some decisions here. Go ahead.
Those spells, 2, 4, 6. That's 6 damage there.
Yeah, can you just finish it off now?
Yeah, maybe.
So 6, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think you're
Not
a
enough.
little short.
I'm very sensitive about my height, Cedric. Come now.
Oh, please. I'm very sensitive about my name. We're even.
Yeah, you won't let me live that down. Ashmouth Dragon is going to turn its attention to this Werewolf Pack Leader. The only threat on the battlefield at the moment for Christian Hogg does have that Esika's Chariot, but it needs some buddies. Let's see, where do we go from here?
Notable that we did the damage over to the Pack Leader. Okay, so we're going to do more damage that way.
Spikefield Hazard would have been nice just to finish it off.
Yeah, but you do have a spell here in a Braid.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so all the threats dealt with. Barring the Faceless Haven.
This is pretty adorable too, because yeah, you get to destroy the artifact. You're sitting at a pretty cozy life total of 7 here. I kind of like hanging back with the birds. You don't need to get too aggressive.
Yeah.
Because things are pretty well in hand.
Just a little bop. Land's not what Christian Hogg wants to see. Does have an old growth troll. And can use Inscription of Abundance to fight this Ashmouth Dragon while the shields are down in inverted commas. There's that treasure over there.
So slightly interesting. You do have enough mana this turn. If you want to go Old Growth Troll, if you want to go Faceless Haven, fire it up. I think that's what he's thinking about right now. Is you can go Faceless Haven, fire it up, play a forest post, and still play Old Growth Troll. But it looks like it's just going to be this. I'm curious to see how we want to use this.
Punch it out the sky.
Looks like that's what it might be.
Oh yeah. And then you can also crack the old growth. It's kind of like protecting his other troll for the time being. It's gonna just go back into its little cave, just gonna hang out on that land, and he'll be able to crack it on the end step here for Toru.
So you've given yourself some time.
Yeah.
By playing it this way. You're not underneath nearly as much pressure.
Still advantage very much in Toru Saito's favor right now.
I agree. You know, was that turn the highest impact of Inscription? Was that the best you could do with that card? I think that's the question.
Point, I would say yes, because
keep going.
Yeah, you don't want to let them untap with the dragon. It's kind of like untapping with Lear. That's just bad news for you if that happens.
Absolutely. You know, like, how scared are you of that as opposed to, I'm going to play Old Girl Troll, I'll activate Ranger's Class, have the 2 mana up, and then if I get to untap on my turn with Inscription, does that change the outcome of the game? We're not really going to know. Obviously, he made his decision. Florahedron, not the best of draws right now, so...
Not the best draw at all. Ranger class can be activated. We could start digging off the top of the library. He hasn't even gone to chapter 2 yet, though, has he?
Nope.
No, he's just hanging out. That's a big old board on the other side of the battlefield here.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's lethal.
Another
So
creature down on the battlefield wouldn't be the worst.
If Hogg attacks for 5, 4 plus the Ranger's Clash trigger, Saito can just take it because it's not lethal and then attack back and win. So he's incentivized to do this, which is present a lethal attack.
Yeah. So that at least one creature has to die.
Correct. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay.
Smart attack here from Hogg.
The tough thing is you got to put the counter somewhere, and if you put the counter on your 4/4 Old Growth Troll, the block can be like 4/4/3/2, something like that. You do this, like you're gonna lose your stuff.
Yeah.
You're gonna leave the turn with nothing, and Saito's going to begin his turn with relevant stuff.
Yeah. Tangled Florahedron is the only thing left to do here. It's just going to hit the board as Tangled Veil. Celestis, let's have a look for another card. There's another Unexpected Windfall. And a counterspell, okay.
Yeah, that counterspell sews it up.
Yeah. Unexpected Windfall goes and finds a Burn Down the House. Gonna make some devils? Let's do it.
Yeah, if you want to get hyper aggro, you can.
Yeah, I dig it.
There you go. You got what you asked for.
So what kills him at this point? Nothing really.
Nothing.
He's
not even like some weird oddity peel or something. Get you out of this. So.
And a Fading Hope. Yep. Saito is gonna wrap things up here.
Aptly named Fading Hope. All right, well, you know what? Let's go to chapter 3. Take a little look-ski. You're dead. Well,
gosh darn it, Land.
It's time for me to say the same thing I say every time an aggro deck is playing in Game 3 of Sideboard a Game.
What's that, friend?
You're on the play. It's where you want to be when you're playing an aggressive strategy. This is why winning Game 1 when you're playing an aggro deck is very important, because your deck isn't getting appreciably better. It's not. You're making some slight improvements. Saito's deck is making some major improvements, but you're on the play in Game 3 playing for top 8 of this tournament. If I asked Christian how before this tournament began, you're 11-2 and you're on the play for Game 3 with Mono Green. How you feeling? You'd say, I'm probably feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
This is where you want to be.
So.
This is where you want to be.
Let's see what the opening hand looks like. Kazanda Mammoth, Werewolf, Pack Leaders, Snakeskin Veil, and Inscription. Doesn't get any better than that.
Good enough. Let's go.
On the other side of things, we've got Jwari Disruption, a Braid, and a Smoldering Egg, so pretty decent there for Toru Saito as well. Gonna hope to find some cards to dig through the library and get to the Haymakers. And those board wipes. Oh, nice. Sculptor of Winters, and very, very cool. Find off the top of the library there. That'll accelerate some things here for Christian.
I like starting there, and this also makes the Snakeskin Veil better, because you just have more mana to work with.
Oh, yeah. Toru Saito now has to deliberate. Do I kill the mana dork, or am I getting this egg down? What would you do, Cedric?
It's a real question. You know, do you want to leave up Jwari Disruption because, oh, what if it's a turn 3 Chariot draw? I disruption that thing. Hello, we're doing it. Do I just want to? Do I want to abrade this creature right now and slow down my opponent a little bit? But then if they play an Old Growth Troll, I'm in some serious trouble. Do I just want to play a Smoldering Egg and try to get that aspect of the game established? They've probably boarded out most of their ways to kill Smoldering Egg. Question answered. Difficult decision now.
It's very difficult, yeah.
If you're Hogg, you've just drawn a really good 4-mana spell. You'd love to play Mammoth, but instead you're just going to play Werewolf Pack Leader with the goal of playing Oddity next turn.
Just going to play Werewolf Pack Leader. Have you met this card, Cedric? It's good.
I have. I'm a fan.
Uh-huh. It can become a 5-power creature too. It just takes a little bit of mana, not a land, but it's totally fine. Demon Bolt drawn here for Toru Saito, so can keep control of the battlefield, can keep these creatures off of it, which is what he's going to go for here.
Oh, the door is open for the Oddity. I think you got to go. I totally go with thinking about the decision, but I think we just use all of our mana. Let's give some beatdowns.
Oh yeah. There you go. Uvenwald Oddity in for 4. Down to 16 goes Toru. Finds an Unexpected Windfall, which is a great card to have. It needs to find something meaningful off the top of the library here, or he is just going to get beaten up by these mono-green creatures.
So here's the tough thing here for Toru. You know, you have these options on how you wanted to play the game, right? on a braid, egg, disruption on 2. And now by playing the game the way that he did, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm just saying now disruption has gotten significantly worse.
Yeah.
The chances of you probably countering something with disruption are extremely low now. Now, again, right or wrong, that's not really up for debate. It's just now the disruption has become less of a card, presumably, over the course of this game.
Yeah, it does get worse the longer the game goes. Ulvenwald Oddity only knows one thing, and that is to turn sideways and deliver some beatdowns. So it's going to do just that. We're going to see anything before. Nope. We do have 2 Inscription of Abundances in hand for Christian Hogg, so he's going to be quite happy with that. Does he run out this pack leader? What do we think he suspects? I mean, Drawer Disruption does get 2 counters on the Smoldering Egg.
Not good enough, though. Okay, divide by 0. That's not particularly helpful. This is one of those times, too. This is, if you've never really watched this matchup, this is why mono green players max out on Snakeskin Veil post board.
Mm-hmm.
This is the exact reason why, because it's this incredibly cheap and effective way to interact with divide by 0 and a bunch of other spot removal that the Izzet decks cannot afford to have countered.
Very much a do or die situation for those players this weekend, as we now have 2 very large creatures ready and raring to swing. This would get a card off of the Werewolf Pack Leader if both are allowed to swing.
Well, here they come.
Here they go. Saito is going to ditch the land for Unexpected Windfall. Let's see what he can find. Is he trying to flip it now?
You can make a move right now if you're how.
Yeah, he's flipping it.
Well, there's the step 1 to flipping it, right? With Unexpected Windfall.
Yeah. And
Okay,
then
so there's
divide by
that.
0.
And then, yeah, then you can divide. But you want to force him to divide first.
Yeah.
Use those treasures. Use that stuff. So you don't have that mana for future turns. Yeah, and now you probably pounce with Inscription. It's also interesting, too. You don't have to pounce with Inscription this turn.
Could just be the activation, but
It could be the activation because you're still going to have Snakeskin Veil up. And you do 2 +1/+1 counters.
I'm thinking this is gonna go in a Christian's way.
Yeah, you're gonna like this exchange quite a bit if you're Hogg because of Snakeskin Veil.
It's just such a blowout. It's like all your best laid plans completely ruined by one itty bitty look at Toru. It's like, you got something, don't you?
And what's so great about this for Hogg too is that those treasures have to be cashed in.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're rooting for mono green, it's like, okay, Izzet has to use these because you can't just let this happen. So you got to respond in kind. So here's divide by 0.
This is so gross. Snakeskin is also available, and then Inscription is still available. So he could Snakeskin and Inscription, fight this thing, get it out of the way. Oh my goodness me. What an absolute blowout here for Toru Saito. Mono green protecting its stuff. Jeez.
And what also the other backbreaker here, you're going to see the exchange in combat. I think that Hogg is considering casting the other Inscription to give his oddity +2/+2.
Why not?
Because that'll put those both out of the range of burn down the house.
Yep.
That also gets you extra damage across right now. You don't have to worry about killing anything because something like a Goldspan Dragon doesn't matter anymore. So I like being aggressive here.
Toru's face, I love it. Oh my goodness, it goes from bad to worse. Ulvenwald Odyssey in for 6, down to 6. Goes the Japanese player. Celestis is the draw off the top of the library, but that's not going to help him at this point right now. So I'm thinking we're about to see our very first top 8 player in Christian Hogg rocking mono green aggro. He was the last player standing, undefeated today, and he is ready. Look at him. He's ready to relax.
Yeah, I really like the way that he has played this game in this tournament. Christian Hogg. Put those arms in the air.
Good job, buddy.
Wave them around like you just don't care. He has played these aggro decks so well this weekend.
My
so
word.
well.
Mono green in the hands of some other people have hasn't performed very, very well, but Christian Hogg has just had an absolute ripper of a day today, Cedric.
He's played some awesome Magic with Selesnya Humans in Historic and Mono Green in Standard. And I've always felt that the instant matchup for Mono Green is totally fine, but again, it is predicated on how much they're bringing to the battlefield to beat Mono Green. If they decide they want to load up and destroy that deck, they can easily do so. But again, given that Mono White was a big deck coming in, given that there's a million different ways to beat Izzet coming in, Mono Green kind of slotted itself in kind of nicely here of, hey, you're not paying that much attention to us. And as a result, we can pay more attention to you, and that's how we're going to beat you. And that's exactly what Hauck did all weekend long.
Mono Green beatdowns, you love to see it. When we come back after this short break, we're going to see if we put one more player into the top 8. It is Yuki Ichikawa versus Futoshi Iwata. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, another mirror. A little bit boring. But what can you do? That's standard for you.
Unexpected Windfall gives you a mana advantage so you can cast Alrund's Epiphany, granting you a couple extra turns, and Galvanic Iteration to tie the room together and amplify both of these cards.
Yeah, disgusting. What links? Players with names Martin, oh, the surname Saito. I don't know. Yeah, it's so bland. White chocolate. I can't stand it. Yeah. So I thought. Last names. I really wonder whether alchemy is. Yeah, I mean, if. I guess it's like a testing ground for them. There's only one card currently suspended from play in Historic. What is that card? Oko? No, Omnath? I don't know. No idea. But yeah, next set, you know, because I'm still going to play Standard at the beginning of every set release. But then I do want to test out this alchemy thing. Memory lapse. In the later part of the, you know, once Standard gets a little bit boring, then switch to alchemy. My question is, like, will Kamigawa shake up normal Standard enough if they don't ban Alrund's Epiphany?
Welcome back to coverage of the Innistrad Championship.
All right, guys. See you on the other side.
We have just put Christian Hogg into the top 8, and we're about to see if we can add one more name to the list there, Cedric. We're going to jump into Yuki Ichikawa versus Futoshi Iwata. Iwata is currently up a game. Both of these players are on Izzet Epiphany, and Yuki Ichikawa is super duper close to getting that top 8 slot. So he has to win 2 games here against Iwata. Let's jump in and see what these opening hands look like.
Let us jump in indeed. No red mana. Tough start. Ooh, I like it. I suppose there is a Behold the Multiverse, which can tie things together here a little bit, and then, you know, you just run off the red mana. That's all. You're fine.
Yeah,
you're
just
fine.
Magic is easy, Cedric. Just roll
it's
what you
not
need.
hard.
No,
anybody can do it. Simple. Good draw step. Another good one too. Now here's a expressive iteration. So this is a really, really, really great start for Yuki.
Mm-hmm. Very much a mirror match at this point. Both players kind of copying each other, doing some stuff and things. We see expressive iteration finds a Spikefield Hazard that's going to hit the battlefield as a land. And in response, we'll see another expressive iteration from Iwata's side of things. Finds a Test of Talents, that goes to hand, and ideally finds a land to send off to exile and get that on the board.
Now, much like I said yesterday, I'll say the same thing here once again. We've already watched this mirror match a little bit take place here this weekend. Biggest thing in the early stages and even in the middle stages of the game is mana advantage.
Yep.
Because the games do play out like this. In the first game pre-sideboard, there's a lot more kind of jockeying for position. You're drawing some pretty bad cards because your deck is hedged against the rest of the format. When you sideboard, you board out a lot of those useless removal spells and kind of mediocre cards for better cards, but then you do turn into more of a tap-out mid-range control style of game where there are some counter spells involved occasionally.
Speaking of counter spells, there's one drawn at the top here for Yuki Ichikawa. He's got a couple of decisions to make here. Does he go for another expressive iteration? Get this Ashmouth Dragon flipped over from the Smoldering Egg. First things first, we're going to foretell, behold the multiverse. Maybe just ship things back. Do things on the end step of Futoshi Iwata. So there's Behold the Multiverse on the end step. Will we see Fading Hope here? Get this little itty-bitty egg back to hand and undo all of the hard work that these counters have done.
Yeah, I like to call this the little mini game when Smoldering Egg is involved. You're playing like a little sub game in the bigger picture. In the bigger game, excuse me. So this little sub thing of, okay, well, that thing's going to transform. It's annoying enough. Does a nice job of pressuring me. Got to get rid of this thing eventually. Maybe it's time to finally fight over this.
Now, here's an interesting choice. It's always tough giving up these treasures, but this Divide by Zero does not like the thought of treasures and cards on the other side of the battlefield here with Unexpected Windfall.
It's pretty good.
I mean, if you can drag your opponent down with you in terms of mana, right? It's fine.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, goodness. So once again, we see an Izzet Epiphany stack of note. There seems to be a trend amongst these Epiphany decks. Just
it can get
stack of cards.
It can get really messy.
Oh, yeah.
It really can sometimes.
Where do we go from here? I'm going to go and grab Environmental Sciences.
Yep.
Take a look at some cards here. Galvanic Iteration as well as a Blightstep Pathway.
No surprise in seeing both of those kept. Again, putting an importance on lands.
Yeah.
By taking Environmental Sciences, keeping the pathway on top with the scry, picking up another land for the draw step. It's all about being able to play a lot of spells on the same turn for both players.
What's nice here is we could see 2 cards foretold, making the sword coming cheaper.
Yeah.
And the question is, does a Futoshi see it coming? Ooh, Tested Talents, another one. Can protect some stuff. Galvanic Iteration into... Yeah, let's do it. Unexpected Windfall, let's get 4 treasures, hopefully. Fingers crossed here. At least one of these will resolve, though, as they are copied, and Sword Coming can only deal with 1.
Yeah, this is interesting. Because I got a big grin on my face right now, because Yuki could have just tapped out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could have just went foretell, play egg, go. Decided to leave up Saw It Coming. Makes a lot of sense. Totally understand why that would happen.
Oh, is he gonna nab? Oh.
Right? So this is kind of interesting, because like if you go for Epiphany, you get blown up by Tested Talents. That aspect of the game changes for both players in a huge way. So there's some fun little back and forth. It's getting pretty good here.
I do love it. It's this game of do you have it, don't you have it?
What am I going to play around? What are you going to play around? What do you know about? What do you think I have? All that other stuff. That's why the blue mirrors are fun.
Yeah. Expressive Iteration has a couple of options to look at here. Tested Talents goes to hand, and Spikefield Hazard will be played as a land for the turn. And I think Yuki Ichikawa is going to be happy just to send it back and say to Futoshi, do your worst. Now there is a Leer in hand, which we haven't seen all that much this weekend. I know plenty of decks have been rocking 1 copy of Leer. I don't think we've yet to see him hit the battlefield.
In the matches that you and I have covered, we have not. You know, if you think about the World Championship that we covered, Leer was a huge card at that tournament, but not the case this weekend. It's still around, still good, There are situations where it's great, but we haven't seen much of it.
Mm-mm. So Yuki Ichikawa being very patient indeed, just deploying all of the stuff he's not too sad to lose. And does Iwata care for this? Is he happy to let it hit the battlefield? Both players at 20, both sitting on a mountain of lands. Well, mountains and islands. Treasures aplenty. They're like Smaug.
And this is, I find this to be so interesting and compelling because it's like, okay, well, smoldering egg.
Tested talents, tested talents, tested talents.
Right? Like, so this one you could argue is worth having a test over. But again, is Iwata doing this with the intent of, I don't even care about that. I don't even care about my Galvangamer. You want to counter it? Fine. Let's have a little counter war so that when I go back to my turn,
yeah,
I get to untap I get to play Lear with mana available. How about that? That's real tough to beat, right? So is this a real Galvanic Iteration, or is this kind of like whatever?
I think it's just a whatever at this point, because I don't think Ichikawa is too beat up about an egg getting countered.
Okay, so here's Windfall.
Lear gets ditched.
We know how powerful this is. This is draw 4, make 4 mana.
Yeah. Can Yuki afford to let this go? You think he's going to? Oh my gosh.
He says
he's kind of being lured into a bit of a trap here, isn't he? Because
like in a way, it's really interesting, right? And it's really important all this is happening while Egg is on the stack, so Egg's not having any of the counters removed, right? So if you're going to pick the fight, Futoshi has found the perfect time to do so.
Yuki Ichikawa able to go digging through the hand, the library, and the graveyard to get all the copies of Unexpected Windfall, and also get an idea of how he's sideboarded.
Mm-hmm. Information is great in a spot like this.
Yeah.
You know the hand as well. You know there's Divide by Zero, Test of Talents. You know the graveyard. Could probably guess what's foretold.
Yeah. I'll give you 3 guesses. The first 2 don't count.
Deal.
Now, he doesn't have anything to do, but Iwata doesn't know that. Let's see if he pulls the trigger on something this turn. If he's just going to pass it back, keeping up that Divide by Zero and the Test of Talents. Or does he read it here that there's nothing in hand for Yuki? All right. Divide by Zero.
Okay.
Dragon. Bounce the dragon, egg. Yes. There is Teachings of the Archaics. I'm gonna get a couple more lands. Expressive Iteration. Drawn here. Still 2 Test of Talents available.
Aha.
There's a check for traps. He does have the Blightstep pathway to be able to use that. That's neat. Oh, double? Yes.
It might get a lot more neat in a moment.
Double toil and trouble. Let's go. I must say, this deck and piloting it requires many thanks from these players. They must be so drained mentally playing this many turns and this many decisions against so many mirror matches.
I decided many moons ago, my brain, it's this is somebody else's game. This is somebody else's game. What do they say in sports? They're built different. Yeah, these two are. I can't do this. I can't do this.
Here's the perfect opportunity to fire off one of these Tests of Talents. Will be an extra turn here, though, for Yuki Ichikawa. How many time squawks is he going to lose? Did he keep the full 4 in? I wonder.
Yeah, that's a really good question, because sometimes they do board down a couple of copies because the matchup becomes a little bit about some other things.
1, 2.
Looks like 3.
Okay, so only 3 in the main deck or in the pro sideboard.
Yep. And so now you can go back to the egg route if you want to. So you can do like this, discard.
Yeah, go get that Express Iteration. Get that out of here.
You also see another copy of Test for Talents.
I like getting rid of that. Yeah, that card just gets you way too much stuff. And the world is his oyster right now. Yuki is sitting pretty.
Well, Yuki's kind of an interesting spot, right? Because the life totals are still pretty high for both players.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're looking at 21-20. Both players know each other's hands and know that they're kind of weak. If I'm being honest, I think Futoshi is doing a little bit better here because of the Test and Talismans in the grip. Disruption's a really bad draw.
Yeah.
I think it's really close right now. It's really close.
One thing that I do like for Yuki, though, oh yeah, if we're gonna deliver some beatdowns, heck yeah, let's go. One thing I do like for Yuki, though, is even if that Test of Talents works its way into the equation, that cost trigger will still get the Ashmouth Dragon flipped. So I don't think we'll see a block here. This guy is gonna flip over very, very shortly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to draw something though.
Well, I wanna check something with Demon Bolt. I'm pretty sure you could target your own thing if you want to.
I mean, you can kill a bird, sure.
Yeah, kill your own bird.
Kill the bird if you wanna.
Get this party started. I mean, I don't know how aggro you want to get, but it's clear that Futoshi was like, "You want to get aggro? I got a 7/7. Let's go." You know, so.
And that decision too is very good because he knows. All right, you know about Test of Talents. You're gonna just not play anything that I want to target, so I'm gonna hit you for a lot. So deal.
Okay. Gonna hang steady. Ooh, that's a really good draw.
That is a really, really good draw for Iwata. Galvanic Iteration. Let's do... Okay, I think that advantage bar needs to go the other way now. Because that's 2 turns coming up here.
I am inclined to agree with you, partner.
Oh, yeah. Card draw, counter spells, man lands, 4 birds now. Oh, bad news bears. Ichikawa needs to draw something good.
This is the bad news here, is this card.
Mm-hmm.
This is timely. Memory Deluge is it's incredibly powerful in a spot like this. Oh, well.
No. Elrond has far too many epiphanies. I'm just gonna put it out there. Share some of those brainwaves with the rest of us, sir. Expressive Iteration will be the go-to first and foremost, because there is still another turn banked. Oh, there's a dragon. Yeah, let's go. Let's get some dragon action out here.
Put that land away. Fading Hope this way.
Yeah, bounce some stuff. Ugh.
Yep. And bounce a Smoldering Egg.
Yeah, get that out of here, because that's one of the only things that can kill the swarm of birds. I'm interested to see if we'll see both spells in response. Maybe? Demon bolting a bird isn't great, and then could kill 3 things though, and that's quite appealing.
It is appealing given the situation, right?
Yeah.
If you knew that, well, even if you, it actually doesn't matter. I was gonna say if you knew that if you knew that Futoshi had a Goldspan Dragon, you'd save it. But Test of Talents protects you from that anyway. So you don't even care. So you're gonna make this exchange, as you mentioned. This gets bounced back to the grip, and I don't think Yuki's gonna get another turn. I don't think, maybe, but I'd be surprised.
Oh. 1 little bird, gonna get in for points of damage down to 13. Goes Ichikawa. There goes Elrond's Epiphany. Oh, hey, cool, double dragon. Nice. Oh my goodness. Double dragon though taps out. That's not enough mana for another Epiphany.
Okay.
So Ichikawa does get a turn. What does he need to draw to get himself back into this game? I don't even know. Burn down the house? Kill stuff?
Yeah,
no, that's not gonna help.
That's not in there.
Oh, well, his own dragon. It's pretty nifty.
Get 4. There's a hall too. You don't have any epiphanies to draw to get a little lucky. Those are gone.
Yep, those are all taken by the previous Test of Talents.
I say drawing pretty slim.
Yeah, it's not looking super good here.
Drawn pre-slip.
I think Futoshi Iwata's going to improve his record here to 11-3 very, very shortly.
Yeah.
Yuki's going to do his best to try and get one of these dragons off the battlefield, knowing that there's a test of talents waiting in the wings.
Now you can pick a fight if you want to. You know, if you want to test the talents, as you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. It's nice to have the control of if I want to do this or not.
Because, I mean, either way, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a Goldspan Dragon here from Yuki Ichikawa. Man, I would just want to save this dragon so bad. Big decision here. It's going to die. Okay, cool. And we'll see a Goldspan Dragon here from Ichikawa hit the battlefield.
Just trying to figure out if there's another turn to be had here at 4. So Test of Talents doesn't matter. Spikefield Hazard actually cleans out a blocker.
Mm-hmm. Or Ping's face.
Yeah. Epiphany gives you another turn. Just try to figure out the easiest way to get it over with right now if you're Futoshi, because you've got a pretty good lead here, and your opponent has the card in your opponent's hand. So now it's just about don't give my opponent another turn.
Yep. No more turns for you.
Yep.
I'm gonna start cracking some treasures here. Let's kick things off with a lovely Memory Deluge. Let's take a look-see and see what it is that Iwata's taking a look at. Oh no. I mean, one was enough, I'm sure, but there's 2 more.
And that's game. And that's game.
That is. Yuki is going to have to win one more match after this to get his top 8 spot, but Futoshi Iwata is inching ever closer to his.
Yeah.
Good grief.
So,
I heard you like birds. I heard you like birds in turns. Let's take a few.
Some powerful blue cards, folks. Get my trade on.
Yeah. In comes a dragon. Yep. See a trade there. A donk. And we'll take another turn.
Get my Epiphany on.
Yep. Seems good. And one more for good luck. Oh, now you can see, friends, why this is the most popular deck this weekend. Once you get to this point in the game, you just scoop them on up, just skedaddle along. There's not much you can do at this point. And Futoshi Iwata is going to 2-0 in this matchup, improving to 11-3. Congratulations to him.
Fun back and forth. I like watching, first of all, two great players play. Excuse me. It's always enjoyable when that is the case, and those are 2 of the very best. They're having fantastic tournaments. But I like to watch those blue mirrors because it's something that I'm never a part of. And I'm not saying that in jest. It's not the thing that I'm skilled at. But I love watching other players do the thing that they're super, super good at. And both of those players are great at that sort of thing. So seeing them pick their spots and choosing when to battle and when to respond, all that stuff is very enjoyable Magic to me. And we got to watch that and then some in that game. It was really good.
It's like watching 2 other people beating each other up. It's great from afar. Just go ahead. You do your thing. You have your fun.
And you guys do it really well. So it's really fun to watch.
My friends, we have more Magic to come after this. We still need to find the rest of our top 8, so we'll be back with Maria after this.
Hey. Ah, man. Super dull, super boring. At least we didn't have to watch a full series, and it was relatively quickly over. I'm hoping that we don't have to watch any more of that stuff. I've noticed that they show you a lot of the guys in the top 10 because it's, obviously more important because it's who's going to win and that sort of stuff. And that inevitably ends up being the top meta decks. And that's why, over the weekend, it's just gotten less and less of any other type of matchup. We've seen, I think, one mono white game. We got lucky enough to catch the tail end of a mono black game. I don't know. Historic is just by far the better format at the moment. Definitely more entertaining to play and watch. Well, I can't say I've never played Historic, so I don't speak from experience, but I'm sure that's the case. I mean, look at this. Yeah, what Ibrahim was saying there is pretty interesting. You could have like a flash deck or something with a mechanic that, like, whenever you cast a spell, the opponent's creatures get reduced stats instead of yours getting buffed, like with Magecraft usually. It's like the anti-Magecraft. No, that wouldn't make sense. Yeah, I think the real problem is Galvanic Iteration. Alright, guys.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of the Innistrad Championship, and we are down to the wire here as we try to figure out our top 8 ahead of tomorrow. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. We've got 1 round left to play, and only one person has clinched a top 8 spot. That is Christian Hauck. Congratulations to him. Gets to stop playing. He is into our top 8 with 12 wins. Remember, 12 is the magic number. Once you hit that, you are in for sure. And look at all of those people on 11 wins. So many opportunities to make it into our top 8, and lots of amazing, incredible players who are poised to do it coming up this next round. Let's take a look at our top 8 and find out who we've got so far. I already kind of spoiled it for you. One person, Christian Hauck, has locked this up. He was one of our 2 undefeated players coming into play today and has run it back here, getting himself a spot in the top 8. And indeed, if he wins one time in that top 8, as if anyone does, they get a spot in the World Championship next year. So congratulations once again to Christian Hauck on locking up that spot. We've got to put 7 more people into our top 8. We've got 1 round to do it. This is the round to watch some Magic the Gathering, I'll tell you that. Now I want to tell you about something really cool with the Japanese testing team here at the Innistrad Championship. They had 12 players on their team. 10 of them came back to day number 2. And I love this tweet. Yoshihiko Okawa, our team is too strong. I hope we dominate tomorrow. Well, they certainly have been dominating. They've put themselves in a spot where 5 members of this team could potentially make the top 8 this round. That is absolutely unbelievable. I'm going to repeat that again. That is unbelievable if they're able to do it. Incredible stuff. So I'm super excited to see if they can convert here. Welcome to the news desk, Maria Bartholdi, Mani Devuti, and Corey Baumeister. Yeah, we are just kind of in shock here because this has been so cool.
That is dominance.
5. Mani, can you talk to me just for a second, Mani, on what kind of dominance that would be?
This is a level of singular team dominance that we haven't seen at this level in years. It reminds me of like the Cawblade performance of Team Channel Fireball at Pro Tour Paris. It's that level of one team just showing dominance over a format. And this is 2 mixed constructed formats, not even one constructed format to break.
Yeah, so I'm so excited to see what happens here. It's our final round coming up, round number 15. Mani got a chance to talk to Christian Hauck, so I think we've got an interview now with Christian Hauck, our first player to lock up the top 8. Let's hear from him right now.
I am here with Christian Hauck, who just picked up that win over Yuki Ichikawa to put himself at 11-2 and just 1 match win away from our top 8. Christian, congratulations.
Thank you. I'm excited.
Right,
Thank you so much, Manny.
Yeah, of course you must be. All right, so talk to me about that match. It was pretty close, right? What were you feeling being this close to the top 8?
Yeah, I knew like this is an important one, so I better win. And I had some very clutch decisions to make. I think I'm fine with my decisions. I think they turned out well, and I should go for it, but you know, like one decision a little bit different, and the whole game can shift into a completely different direction.
Yeah, I mean, sitting where we are now, it feels like you made the right decisions getting here. All right. I want to go back in the day a little. Earlier on the second and third rounds today, you lost back-to-back rounds to Huey Jensen, Kai Buddha, two of the game's greatest on the same deck. How did you right the ship mentally to come back here and put yourself in this 11-2 position?
Yeah, I already tweeted I'm playing very relaxed this weekend, so the losses didn't like confuse me or anything. I mean, it would be great to win, but I mean, Kai and Huey are fantastic players, world-class players. And yeah, the match, like my draw steps were pretty poor. I didn't draw any Cocos, and I think I can win the match against Kai if I draw a land, so it was a little bit tilting, but no, it was fine. Like, you win some, you lose some. The weekend went pretty well for me, so I take these two losses as well.
Fair enough. Well, you've got the mindset, you've got the decks, you've got the record, and you're in prime position. One more win until the top 8. Best of luck, Christian, and I look forward to talking to you later on in the day.
Thank you so much.
That is Christian Hogg, our player who has clinched his spot in the top 8. We've got to find 7 people to join him there. It's now time for the most exciting round in Magic here, round number 15. Let's take a look at our leaderboard again if we can, because Monty, I want to know what the overall picture is for you here. What do you see?
Maria, we have 7 spots in the top 8, and I am looking at 7 matches, which, in my opinion, have almost direct implications on who we're going to be seeing in this top 8. So each match individually, the outcome could result in somebody being in the top 8, which is just insane to think about right now.
Okay, we're going to walk our way through some of our matches that are going to happen this round and kind of talk about the implications. The first one I want to bring up is Gertson versus Wilderoo. Monty, what's at stake here?
Maria, both players are at 11-3. The winner guaranteed into the top 8. The loser, they're joining a tiebreaker scrum, and spoiler, neither of these players have great tiebreakers, so I don't like the chances of the loser.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to put yourself in that position to have to try to get lucky with tiebreakers as well. I cannot wait to see Mono Black being played again, though. I love this zombie deck. It's so sweet.
It is so cool. If you missed some of it on camera, everybody, it's led to some of the most exciting finishes. I've just absolutely loved it. Okay, the next match that's important that we've got to talk about is Keaney versus Iwata. Monty, talk to me about what's going on here.
All right, again, both players at 11-3. Winner gets to 12. They're guaranteed into the top 8. Loser, if it's Keaney, he has decent tiebreakers near the top. He might have a shot. If it's Iwata, there's nearly no chance. So for Iwata, winning is the only option here.
Yeah, and this is a big one here for Zachary Keaney. I think he has quite the deck advantage. It is, of course, an Izzet mirror, but no creatures in Zach's main deck. It's all kind of this combo Izzet finish, which I think is very favored in the Izzet one. So this is going to be a tough one for Iwata.
All right, that is our second matchup to watch. Let's take a look at Jilin versus Saito here. This is an Izzet Control, Izzet Epiphany matchup. Kind of interesting here, Monty.
Yeah, it is, and this is the last of our both players on 11-3 matches. So again, the winner is guaranteed in. Now, both these players have pretty decent tiebreakers. Toru Saito has incredible tiebreakers. So for Toru, might still have a shot with a loss. Jilin, going to be difficult, but still potentially possible. But with the win, the player is in.
Yeah, and another really close Izzet mirror here, but I gotta give the advantage here to Toru. There's just not that many galvanic iterations on the Izzet Control side, so that deck really wants to play against a lot more creatures.
Yeah, Izzet Control, interesting choice. We didn't see a lot of people bringing this deck, Corey.
Yeah, not really, but you know, it made it this far in the tournament by dominating mono green, by dominating mono white, and pretty good metagame calls so far, but this last match is going to be a little tricky.
All right, well, our next matchup, things are going to get a little bit more different here. Duke versus Ichikawa, Mani.
Yeah, Maria, what a match to make things complicated. Two incredible players already in it, but Ichikawa, he's paired down. He's at 11-3, so with a win, he is in. He also has pretty good tiebreakers, so with a loss, he's definitely in that scrum to maybe make it. For Reed Duke, he's at 10-4, and his tiebreakers are not good. Even if he wins and moves up to 11-4, in the tiebreaker scrum at 11-4, he does not have great chances. So for Reed Duke, he's got his eyes on the qualifying points that he can earn from this win more than anything else.
Yeah, and Monty, we've been here before many times when it comes to tournaments and you play down to somebody whose breakers are not great. That can really actually hurt your breakers too. So Yuki was off to such a great start and then lost the last few, and now being paired down, this could be the train wreck scenario by playing down to someone that's as low ranked as Reed Duke in 19th place right now. That could actually train wreck Yuki out of this top 8, which would be very frustrating.
Low ranked and Reed Duke, they don't really, those are not words you hear together very often.
Yeah, no kidding.
I know, it's Reed Duke always seems to be near the top of the standings here. Let's take a look at our next matchup. Riku Kumagai versus Michael Meyer. We've got mono white aggro, our first mono white player that we've come across so far, versus Is It Epiphany, Mani?
Yeah, Maria, now both of these players are 10-4, so no guaranteed top 8 for either of them, but their tiebreakers are incredible. So the winner of this match, they're putting themselves fairly within the top of that tiebreaker scrum and having a chance at that top 8. The loser guaranteed out. So for these guys, this match is do or die.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is always the tough one. Your breakers go down when you win a match, but like you said, they are at the top of the breakers. And this is our highest placed mono white aggro player, which is kind of surprising to me. I thought this deck was, kind of going to dominate, but didn't do that great. I'm looking down and we got one like down in the 20th place. But yeah, mono white didn't have the best record here this weekend.
Yeah, disappointing showing for mono white. Michael Meyer, though, is still representing the white weenie deck here at the tournament. Let's take a look at our next matchup to watch here. World champion Yuta Takahashi versus Yuma Koizumi. Is it Epiphany? Is it Epiphany? All right, Mani, take it away.
All right, again, these players are at 10-4. They do both have good tiebreakers, so similar situation as the last match, but their tiebreakers are lower, so automatically a bit of a bigger ask. But the winner putting themselves in that tiebreaker scrum at 11-4, the loser guaranteed out.
Yeah, and looking like this is basically a 75 card mirror. It seems like it's actually exactly a mirror match here. So yeah, this is going to be a tough one even if they win. And this could easily be the win into 9th place kind of scenario, which is always super frustrating. But they will be at that cusp for sure.
I gotta say, Yuta Takahashi and the Is It colors, they've done him well so far. Let's see if he can keep it running here. One final match to talk about here. We've got Toru Kono versus Shota Yasaoka once again, both on Is It Epiphany. Mani, why does this matter?
Maria, this matters for Toru Kono way more than Shota. He's got the tiebreakers. He's at 10-4, and he needs the win to make it into that top 8. For Shota, not really looking likely. He's just looking at qualifying points.
Yeah, still getting those points, that's still very important, the top finish difference here, so we can, it still matters just as much for both players, but looking for the first top finish for Toru.
Yeah, those qualifying points going to stack up throughout the season to get some players into the World Championship at those at-large berth spots. All right, those are our matches to watch upcoming here in round number 15. It's certainly a lot of them because we only have one person who is in our top 8 so far. So it's all come down to this. You paid for the whole seat. You only need the edge, etc. Let's take a look at our feature match here that we're going to kick off round number 15 with. We've got Zachary Keaney versus Fushi Iwata. Is it Epiphany versus Is It Epiphany? Rivals versus a challenger here. All right, everybody stretch it out. Round 15, this is important stuff. Here's Keaney 11,400 games played on Arena, 62.9% standard win rate, which is very, very good. Rockin' Izzet Epiphany. And here's a look at Iwata, more than 8,000 games played on Arena. Also an impressive standard win rate there at 61.8. Rockin' Izzet Epiphany, the deck that most of the field chose to bring. But let's talk about this matchup. Corey, is there anything you want to point out specifically with these decks here?
You know, not too much, except Zachary Keaney does have that list that is really focusing on the copy unexpected windfalls, copy these all-runs epiphanies, not playing any creatures in the main deck. I love these style of Izzet decks when it comes to playing against other cards like Lear, Hullbreaker, Horror, all that stuff. And then we got the Goldspan Dragons that come in. I really like Zachary's side of this. Now, doesn't mean that this is going to be a, 70-30 matchup or anything. Still, the core amount of the cards are the same. And this is really anybody's game. You see that Goldspan Dragon in the main, and then the Lears aren't necessarily great in the Izzet Mirror, but they still can be very impactful in the late game.
All right, everybody. It's the final round of Swiss here before our top 8 tomorrow, and it is super, super exciting. We only have one person in the top 8 so far. We need to put 7 more people there this round. This is what you pay for. We got the final round of Swiss coming up here from the Innistrad Championship, and there will be blood.
And welcome back to coverage here of the Innistrad Championship. Paul, this is the round that we love to get to. This is round 15, and this is where the decisions are made on, are you in the top 8 or are you in a tiebreaker scrum that gives you maybe a chance for top 8? That's a big difference from each of these players' perspectives. And in the feature, we've got Zachary Keaney versus Futoshi Iwata. And boy, oh boy, is there a lot on the line here, Paul. This is one of those huge moments, right, during the course of a tournament where you get over the hump to get into that top 8, and a win here will secure that for the player who does so.
Yeah, no, this is what it's all about here. Win, guarantee in, lose. You got to cross your fingers and hope your tiebreakers go well. And again, I mean, the top 8 here, I mean, it's possibly more important than other events in the past, because not only do you get to kind of put that nice top finish on your resume, but you finish in the top 6, that's a qualification to Worlds, right? So this is absolutely huge.
Yeah, this is like the first bump on that way, and then there's one more tomorrow, and then it's kind of talking about the championship, right? Like,
Right. Yeah.
But let's take a look at what we've got here, Paul. It's a Is it Epiphany mirror? So, you know, this is the most popular deck, and there's, of course, going to be mirror matches as such. What are we seeing here in the early stages?
Well, it looks like where you just have both of them just kind of developing their boards here with the expressive iterations. And, you know, the one thing that I wanted to point out that Corey kind of touched on kind of in this matchup is Zach, if you really look at his list, I mean, you see a lot of lists with a copy of Goldspan Dragon, a copy of Lear, a copy of Hullbreaker Horror, but Keaney going with 0 creatures in his main, really just focusing on maximizing his chances of hitting his combo in game 1 with the full 4 copies of Galvanic Iteration. I think that's going to be really good for him in this specific matchup, right? Any type of removal spell or bounce spell that the opposing Is It Epiphany decks have is just going to be a dead card in this matchup.
It's kind of interesting because when the players were preparing, they had to kind of make a decision on, do I want to make my matchup better against Epiphany, in this case in the mirror, or do I want to make my matchup better against small creature decks? And that is just two polar opposites. And you really had to make your choice. And it looks like Zachary decided to lean this more, at least in game 1 here, as you mentioned, towards the mirror, and it served him well.
Yeah, I mean, it's been paying off, especially with how the metagame shook out, right? I mean, we have something like 42+% or something like that of the metagame was just some variation of Is It. And so if that's what you expect, then you do want to tweak and tune your deck so that you're at least a little bit favored in that mirror.
As you can see, Zachary Keaney really trying to set himself up here. There's double Galvanic Iteration in hand for him. In fact, he's actually discarding a hand size here, Paul.
Wow. And you can see with Iwata, he's got a bunch of lands in play, but I mean, doesn't have any action, right? No card draw here. Now, however, he does have that Epiphany with that iteration. That's really the only thing that he has access to. So you might see him just go for it here because he doesn't have any other way to interact with Keaney, with what Keaney's trying to do. And we saw when Keaney played against LSV, there was no trying to slow play anything, right? Once he had the mana, he was just like, well, you know, these decks, they don't play a lot of hard counters main. I'm just going to kind of go for the combo. And if you have, you know, the 2 or 3 divide by 0 somehow or in your hand, then go for it.
That's right. Keaney plays pedal to the metal, and we're going to see that here too. Oh, maybe. Little pump fake there. He got me in the air, I'll tell you that. Galvanic Iteration almost goes onto the stack here, but he is surveying the scene. And it looks like he wants to save up a little more here. He's going to put Alrund's Epiphany into Foretell. He does have Divide by 0 sitting in his hand. So he can perhaps tempt Futoshi into going for it himself and then kind of achieve that shields down scenario.
Right, and I think there was a chance that he might have gone for it, but his draw step has changed things. He drew a Memory Deluge, so now he can try to kind of sculpt his hand, find a little more interaction, maybe a Divide by 0 here to try to stop, potentially slow down Keaney from doing his combo. Because, you know, if you kind of try to do that combo of iteration into Epiphany, well, you can sort of basically counter that with your own iterations with Divide by 0 and just using Divide by 0 to try to counter some copies of the Alrund's Epiphanies.
Here we go, by the way. Double Galvanic Iteration now from Keaney. And now we're going to see Alrund's Epiphany go on the stack. And this is so difficult for Iwata, given how much mana Keaney has gotten. Memory Deluge will be the response.
Right, but I mean, he could only find one. He didn't even find one. I mean, he could have only found one Divide by 0 here. This is 3 turns for Zach.
With 8 lands and 2 treasures to boot, and of course, a whole flock of birds on his side of the table. Unexpected windfall now from Iwata. Oh, it's going to get disruptioned.
It's like, nope, nothing. Oh. Nothing for you, sir.
Wow. All right, application for windfall denied, and here comes triple turns and 6 birds. Oh, and there's a Hall of Storm Giants there too. That means this one's over.
Yep, didn't even need the third turn.
Wow.
That
went
sometimes
from not a whole lot to it's over real quick.
I don't know what it is with Keaney here, but we've seen matches just go real long. But whenever I watch him play, it's just like, okay, well, I'm gonna do the windfall, I'm gonna sculpt my hand, I'm gonna do the thing, and good luck.
Yeah, maybe somebody told him he's playing aggro this weekend. He's like, all right, I guess I just have to go for it then, and it's working for him.
Look, it's not a control deck, Marshall. It's a combo deck. You just going for the combo.
Combo aggro? No. Okay. Zachary Keaney is 11-3. So is Futoshi Iwata. That means, again, for those of you just tuning in, a win here is top 8. It's guaranteed top 8. It gets you to 12 wins. And that's how that works. If you get to 12 wins, you're locked. Now, if you end up on an 11-4 record, as the loser of this match will, you are in a very precarious position because you are going to be tied with numerous other players. And there's going to be a few seats left in the top 8 and a bunch of people that want them. And what it's going to come down to are your tiebreakers. And that is not a position that's fun to be in because you're kind of at the mercy of them, right? It's meant to be a tiebreaker. The things you had control over were here, now, and all the rounds that you've played. One step away from Zachary Keaney.
This looks like an all-spell hand, but of course we've got... Actually, it has 2 lands here for Keaney. Needs to try to find number 3. Get these land drops going here. One tiny difference that Keaney plays. It's a very small difference, but he has chosen to go for a single copy of Thirst for Discovery here instead of the 4th copy of Expressive Iteration, which is something that you typically see in these Izzet Epiphany decks.
Okay. The pretty typical land setup here, though, I will say, looking at Iwata's hand, you can see Test of Talents there, which is certainly a key card that both players will have to be considering as they decide when to go off.
Zach just...
Behold's going to resolve.
It's going to resolve. How many cards is he going to have after this, though? So he's going to go up to 8 and 9. But he does have that Saw It Coming here, so he will not have to discard for his turn.
He can just kind of hide that thing in the Foretell zone.
Yep. And I wonder if Iwata's just going to go for the Windfall or try to be patient here. Maybe play around a Disruption and or...
Drew Goldspan.
Go for Iteration.
Lots of choices here for Iwata.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you see a Jwari Ruins in play, right?
Right.
So that's one copy. There is that Saw It Coming, though, and Keaney's going to just instantly cast that Saw It Coming. It's probably, a one-of?
Right away.
Oh, yeah, it's a one-of.
It's a one-off. But this deck actually has multiple Foretell. And look at that! A Goldspan Dragon for Zachary Keaney's on the battlefield. And if this doesn't get answered pronto, it's going to be Zachary Keaney into the top 8 because the mana advantage. I know it's weird to say that from the Goldspan, but it really is the mana advantage that just propels you over the top. Here's Galvanic Iteration, though, for Iwata. Let's see what he's got lined up. It's going to be the Unexpected Windfall. This ends up being really good for him. Tons of mana and a lot of cards in hand.
Doesn't have an answer for the dragon, though.
Oh, and there's Elrond's Epiphany as well here for Keaney. Oh, man. He's just lighting it up.
Yeah, no land here for Keaney. However, he does have access to 9 mana. I guess, yeah, he does still, because of the Goldspan Dragon, he can just go Iteration into Epiphany and go, well, I sure hope you don't have 2 counterspells.
That's right.
Oh, no, this is... Oh, he's going for the Windfall here instead. Of course, this is going to generate a bunch of mana here for Keaney.
Right, he'll actually net mana on this, won't he?
Yeah, that's...
By a
Goldspan
lot.
Dragon, good magic card.
Yeah, he is effectively going to double his mana off of this unexpected. He spends 4, he gets 4 back, and then gets spotted another 4. It's kind of insane.
Yeah. Would be really nice for him to hit a land drop here, and he found it.
So
what is it? He has 12 mana now? He has access to 12 mana?
He does have access to 12
mana.
Right now. So what, he just wants to wait until he can cast like multiple divide by zeros here to protect his Alrund's Epiphany and Galvanic Iteration combo?
Yeah, I believe we saw this interaction in the last game, but I believe if you cast multiple iterations into Alrund's Epiphany, you cannot try to counter every copy of Alrund's Epiphany. Just the way that the triggers resolve. There's going to be kind of one Epiphany on the stack. So there's going to be 2 on the stack, and you will never be able to counter all 3 with some combination of Galvanic Iteration plus Divide by Zero.
You know, the other thing we got to consider here, Paul, is this dragon's just running away with the game.
Oh,
Iwata's down to 8. Like, he's going to need to do something here. We're finally going to see Test of Talents come out of the hand here for Iwata.
Oh, and
triple Divide by Zero for Keaney? I mean...
Yeah, and Keaney's got this Epiphany in hand. I wonder if he wanted to foretell that one.
Oh, to hide it?
Yeah, potentially.
Interesting. You see the trigger from Galvanic Iteration on the stack, as well as Test of Talents targeting Alrund's Epiphany, which is also on the stack.
Yeah. Now, Zach can just choose to divide by 0 his original copy of Alrund's Epiphany. Which would, and if that does resolve, that would fizzle the Test of Talents, meaning that the Alrund's Epiphany in his hand would be safe. And then there's still a Galvanic Iteration trigger on the stack, which would then try to cast an Alrund's Epiphany. Okay, no, he's...
The interesting thing, too, Paul, is that he actually could just foretell the Alrund's Epiphany now if he wants, right? You can do it any time on your turn. Right? Like, it's not sorcery speed, it's your turn, right? Well, it looks like it's gone, though. Maybe double check that one for me. It's been...
I feel like it's sorcery speed, but maybe it's not.
Yeah, I think you can just do it, but I actually can't remember. I'll be honest with you, Paul.
I mean, I always foretell just at sorcery speed, so I haven't
I just remember doing it in limited once. I did it on end step, and I'm like, oh, weird.
Oh,
anyway,
yeah.
This is the end of this match coming to a conclusion here while we sort out what the what the cards do, because this Goldspan Dragon, it did 16 damage this game, and a couple of birds added 2 more.
That's going to be it.
And with nothing to do here for Iwata, it looks like Zachary Keaney is going to lock up a top 8 slot and add a second top finish to his resume. They've both been recent as well. He has been crushing it. Iwata, on the other hand, remember, still live for top 8, but just, you know, at the mercy of tiebreakers here. And there we go. Zachary Keaney secures a top 8 seat here at the Innistrad Championship.
Man, Zachary Keaney just plays a different brand of Magic with this Is It Epiphany deck, right? I mean, he can just close out these games so quickly, just from the 2 matches that we've seen. You know, just being able to leverage that dragon all the way to the end and now locking a spot into the top 8, really, really loving his build. And depending on kind of the complexion of what we've seen in the top 8, really just liking his chances overall for this tournament.
Yeah, he's playing fearless with it too, man. He just runs it out there. All right, we're going to take a short break. But when we come back on the other side, we've got another winning in to bring you. This time, it's going to be Simon Gertson versus Tristan Wilderoo. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here at the Innistrad Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We've got more winning in action for you here in the last round of Swiss. We're filling up those top eight seats. We just had Zachary Keaney take one, and now it's Tristan Wilderoo on the left versus Simon Gertson. And as you can see, is it Epiphany again? But this time, Mono Black Zombies. The winner is into the top 8. And you know, Paul, I have to say, I have to imagine that Simon is favored here, given the fact that he played a pretty offbeat deck with Mono Black Zombies. There's no way he'd play a deck like that had a bad matchup against Izzet, right? Like, come on.
I mean, that's what I would guess, right? I mean, taking a closer look here at Simon's list, what it really looks like he did was he kind of took that Mono Black control shell that you've seen, for example, Raph Levy submit, and kind of added some other cards to make it basically have a more proactive approach, right? So he is playing, cards like Meathook Massacre still in the main, which isn't so good in this matchup. But what he want, but he does have the possibility of running over these as a control decks because he has cards like Champion of the Perished, like Jadar Ghoul Caller of Nephalia to give some beatdowns in the early phases of the match.
Okay, well, a little bit slow. No one drop out the gate here, but he does have Jadar Ghoul Caller of Nephalia out. And Tristan's going to snap that off before there's any zombies to be seen. Spikefield Hazard's going to send it packing and also exile it, which is of note, given that Simon has Undead Butler in hand as well. Now he gets to play Headless Rider, and these are just cards that are a pain to get rid of.
Yeah.
Like
Spikefield Hazard is good, but it's got a lot of juicy targets. It's got to do a lot of extra work here. This does seem like the type of matchup, given how value-oriented a lot of Simon's creatures are. This is one of those matchups where, sometimes you can just play the role of control deck and just beat your opponents that way. But in this matchup, you might just want to be looking to go for the combo.
Looks like Tristan's interested in keeping his life total as high as possible here. Going to Demon Bolt a Headless Rider. That's going to result in a 2/2 zombie here for Gertson. Then he gets to follow up with, well, whatever he wants here. Oh, he's also got Malakir Rebirth in hand, but he's not going to fire it.
Yeah, I imagine he probably wants to just play that out as a land, right? He's got the Lolth in hand.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe just running out another threat here and then just playing out the Malakir Rebirth.
That makes sense. Yeah, he has a lot of things that he wants to do with 5 mana. He also could play Butler plus Fellstinger in the same turn. So, yeah. Plus, it's only a slight downgrade. I mean, the creature goes from a 3/1 to a 2/2. It's not like it's off the battlefield or anything like that. Well, these unexpected windfalls better have some action here for Tristan because that's all he's got going.
Yeah. But he is at 20 life, right? I mean, he did have the Hazard. He did have the Demon Bolt. So he's really just preserving his life total as much as he can until he can find his Epiphany and find a Galvanic Iteration.
Okay, here comes the windfall.
Or both?
Oh, how about both of them there for you, Paul? Jeez, good call. And here comes Felstinger as well. And Simon's going to actually sacrifice Felstinger to itself. He's looking to hit that 5th land drop here, get the Butler down, and then follow up with Lolth Spider Queen.
Oh, yeah, and of course that makes sense because you get a 2/2 out of the deal here anyways.
Yeah, that's right. Any zombies die, you're going to get the 2/2 thanks to the Headless Rider. He did hit the swamp. He also has Infernal Grasp, but he wants to stay on the front foot here. Undead Butler's going to go on the stack. That's going to resolve. And what does Tristan's mana situation look like here? So he has Galvanic Iteration and Alrund's Epiphany, but he'll only have 7 mana total on his turn.
He will, but the thing is, I mean, he is at 15 life. He can still afford to take a hit from Simon's side of the battlefield. Simon's representing 8 damage next turn, so very likely that you're gonna see Tristan wait a turn here, and probably either look to go, foretell the Alrund's Epiphany or fire off the Windfall, and then just go for the combo next turn anyways. Simon's list does not play any hand disruption in the main, so that's not something that he needs to be worried about, right? He has a bunch of duresses and what have you in the sideboard, but I don't believe he has any hand disruption main, so he can just choose to wait on that combo and just cast Unexpected Windfall here instead.
What a weird deck, huh? Mono black, no hand disruption, just jamming.
Yeah, just
how
mono
good
black.
How good is Lolth here?
It's okay. I mean,
just okay, right?
Yeah, this is just a lot of creatures. The thing is, Simon also has to be. You can't just completely scoop the creature matchups, right? So with his deck, he still needs to have a nice mixture of the ability to put on an aggressive curve,
right?
For Izzet, while also still making sure you don't just roll over and die to the aggressive strategies in the format, which is still half the field.
There's a Fading Hope there for Tristan. He also found Cinderclasm.
Jeez.
Holy smokes. And a Divide by 0.
This Cinderclasm is insane.
It's all of them.
It just gets everything. Yeah.
It does. The Undead Butler will help. The Headless Rider will help, right? Simon isn't just completely bare to a sweeper. But look at this. Tristan sees the line. He's going to go for the Alrund's Epiphany right here, burn up a bunch of his treasure, but he gets the double trouble here as well off of the Galvanic Iteration. That's 4 1/1 flying birds. Does he need to get rid of these spiders?
Yeah, I mean, so he's going to get a turn here. He's going to need to find something here with this Thirst. Okay.
How about another Alrund's Epiphany?
That's something that you can do. So now he has 2 more turns lined up. And look, he wants his land drops, right? It's really important for him to have 8 mana next turn to cast Iteration into Epiphany.
And he will have just that much, thanks to the treasure. He's going to Fading Hope away one of the spiders. Remember, they do have reach, so they could threaten to trade, and he wants to get in for the most amount of damage possible. He's ignoring Lolth, by the way. Just who cares?
Right, because let's take a look at the clock here, right? We're at 15, and then we're going to get 4 more birds and 2 attacks. So is he 1 short of lethal?
Well, here comes the Epiphany with the Galvanic Iteration.
Right, because you get... Oh, excuse me, no, because you get to attack this turn. Right, of course.
For 3, so down to 12.
This is more than enough here. So yeah, this should lock it up.
Yeah, he's got 7, so he can get it for 14 this turn and the next. And that's Tristan Wilderoo picking up a victory. Boy, that, what was it, a windfall? I can't remember. They draw 2, and all of a sudden he had all the combo pieces ready to go.
Yeah, the unexpected. Well, I mean, you were saying how he needed to find his combo pieces. Well, he found them immediately. There was no further digging that needed to be had.
Yeah, really nicely done there by Tristan. Now things are going to get interesting. So Simon gets to consult the sideboard, and you mentioned that, he's got stuff to bring in. We see Go Blank just jumping into the main deck here for Simon Gertson. That's the type of card he wants to see.
Yeah, I imagine this will get a lot better. And when you look at Simon's sideboard, it does show you that he is concerned for this matchup, right? 4 Duress, triple Go Blank, and an Inscription here for this matchup. So a lot of hand disruption here. And, I mean, we've seen this historically in the past. When you sideboard into Duresses and a Clock, Oftentimes, you know, that's what you need to have this at least be a 50-50 matchup after sideboard. And given that Simon is 3-1 so far in this tournament against these various Epiphany decks, he must have done very, very well in these post-board games.
Yeah, I really like the go blanks here as well. You know, this deck does have some graveyard stuff, you know, with the iterations and things like that. But it also just knocks 2 cards out of your hand. And, you know, when you look at the way that these decks play, they build up mana quickly and then they burn it all in one big shot, but then get it back over the next few turns by taking extra turns or by creating treasure. But if you snap off 2 cards from their hand before they have that initial buildup, they have to make a tough decision on, do I want to keep the lands that I'm going to need, or do I want to keep the spells that are going to win me the game, but they cost 7 mana or maybe 6 mana with like Galvanic Iteration and Unexpected Windfall or a Foretold Epiphany or something like that. And, you know, it kind of has this like peak and then go back down. But if you can keep them from getting to that peak, you can win.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Really curious to see how this one plays out post board. Tristan so close to a top 8 here, a win away. Just needs, you know, 5/5/5, mulligan to 5, something like that. And he'll find himself there. Simon Gertson on the other side, it's business time. He's got 2 wins to make up here to secure that top 8 seat.
Yeah, really wanted to find some kind of a 1-drop here. Champion of the Parish or a Duress to kind of start things off.
Looks like both players really hesitant to keep these hands. They're just, you know, a mana slot off of where they'd like to be in both cases.
Yeah, I mean, Tristan's hand is again, it's pretty solid. Oh, and that made his hand a lot better. I mean, he doesn't, of course, know what Simon has in hand, but now he has a way to potentially kill a 1-toughness creature into Disruption, into Divide by 0.
Wow, there's a Headless Rider off the top as well. Here comes Tainted Adversary, though. It's just going to be cast straight up. So 2/3 Death Toucher, ready to rumble.
Yeah, and Tristan's hand's actually beautiful relative to kind of how Simon's hand is set up here, right? I mean, Simon's probably going to want to play a 3-drop here, unless, given that he drew that adversary, he's going to want to play around a potential disruption and just play out another 2/3 here instead.
Yeah, he might want to do that. You know, it also plays around a card like Spikefield Hazard or, you know, some of the smaller burn spells. 3 toughness on Tainted Adversaries, pretty beefy. And, you know, there's a Spikefield Hazard. Then even though Tristan didn't end up needing it, we saw Cinderclasm from his deck as well, and Simon's certainly going to be aware of that.
Yeah, I mean, the play could very easily just be Snow Covered Swamp, Tainted Adversary, and really, I mean, just the way that the removal spells line up, Tristan's deck doesn't have that many good answers. Wow, nice.
Very nice by Simon. He gets to play around multiple spells this way, not just Dwari Disruption, but also Spikefield Hazard, and that's exactly what Tristan has. Nice play from Simon. He's got 4 power on the board. So far, hasn't been messed with. There's another Headless Rider. I think he would have preferred an untapped land here.
Yeah, but...
And he's going to get snapped off here.
Yeah, at this point, you can't really play around. You have to just, of course, keep putting things onto the battlefield here.
Mm-hmm. And does he want to play the land?
I think so.
Yeah, it feels like it with Fellstinger in hand.
Right, and you know, if you draw a 1-drop next turn, right? If you draw a Duress next turn, you want to be able to maybe go Duress into your 3-drop.
Right.
Right. I think I know it's a really good trick. You know, it's a Snakeskin Veil Light, but but even then, I think it's just too important to not miss your land drop there.
All right, how close is Tristan getting here? We see double Unexpected Windfall and 4 mana now. Usually this is where the fireworks start to go. He did draw the 1-drop, Paul. Champion of the Parish goes into hand. This is where it's critical for Simon to keep the pressure up by just putting stuff on the stack over and over and not giving Tristan that opening to just go, okay, I'll just cast an Unexpected Windfall. Great.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to force Tristan to cast a Divide by 0 here instead of play one of his 4 mana card draw effects. This is the perfect turn to, you know, play your biggest threats.
Okay, he's going to go with Champion of the Parish into Fellstinger, and this is going to be Unexpected Windfall in response here.
Yeah, and then he can still sack a treasure and Spikefield Hazard to kill the champion of the parish that's in play.
Okay, that'll put a tough decision here for Simon.
Tristan doesn't have an actual removal spell. Simon might.
Does he just say no?
Maybe you just keep the stinger in play here. No? Okay.
Simon does not hit his land drop, but he hits a second, or I should say a third Tainted Adversary and an Inscription of Ruin. He still has 5 power on the battlefield. But those land drops are flowing here for Tristan, and this is going to start getting awkward. Here's Champion of the Parish for Simon. Bam, 5 damage comes in, and Tristan's down to just 5 life. Big turns coming up soon, though. You see Behold the Multiverse, Unexpected Windfall in hand, Divide by 0 times 2.
Well, you said it before. Tristan wants to find that combo.
He does. Here it is. Unexpected Windfall in response to Go Blank. And he doesn't find the combo this time. It's Cinderclasm and Expressive Iteration. And this is before Go Blank resolves. So 2 of the cards out of the 5 here have to go away for Tristan. Oh boy. Go Blank is nasty in this matchup.
Yeah, it's very strong. I mean, all of these cards are fantastic here for Tristan. You know, he wants to keep some of his removal. Of course, I mean, he's just dead next turn, right? If he doesn't fire off some way to disrupt what Simon has in play. That Tainted Adversary is actually really annoying because you don't really want to bounce it at this point. Because if Simon draws a land, Simon can just replay it and give you 2 Decayed Zombies.
Yeah, when you're at 5 life.
I think Tristan wants to keep at least one of the card draw spells that he has in his hand. Looking to go for the cheaper one here in the iteration.
Okay, so his hand is now Cinderclasm, Expressive Iteration, Divide by 0. He has 5 mana plus 3 treasures. I should say 5 lands plus 3 treasures. And there's Champion of the Perished. And now Smoldering Egg.
So I think Tristan's play, it looks like he's just going to set up for Smoldering Egg Cinderclasm here. Pass.
Oh, he's going to have to use a treasure now.
Oh, the tapping.
That's a little awkward.
Oh.
I think he wanted to tap the island instead of the mountain, but
you don't have to go with think. That's he definitely wanted to do that one.
Yeah,
now, to be
tough.
fair, there's a really, really high probability that he's gonna cast this Divide by 0 this turn.
Okay.
But yes, that was still not ideal here. You go Divide by 0, and if you can make it so that your Smoldering Egg survives, that's 6 counters on the egg. You go get your Environmental Sciences, flip the egg, then cast Iteration. That's 2 damage to a potential creature that Simon plays.
Right, that's really a must answer here. And taking a look at Simon's hand, it's Headless Rider, Tainted Adversary. He's got a Swamp, and it looks like he's going to go for Inscription of Ruin right now.
Yeah, so
destroy target creature with mana value 3 or less is the mode that he's chosen. He's not kicking it. It's quite a bit off from that.
Yeah, and I think you just have to do this and maybe try to hit 2 spells so that you can kill that Tainted Adversary that's in play.
He grabs Teachings of the Archaics off of the Divide by 0.
Oh,
and there's Tainted Adversary number 2 hitting the battlefield. And these are really annoying for Tristan. They have Death Touch so they can attack through an 0/4, and they have 3 toughness.
Ooh. Oh, he can't cast it, though.
Puh. He did end up needing to use up all of his treasure, did Tristan, so burn down the house. Now, let's just say the house will be standing for this turn.
Right, and this Teaching is likely just going to be discarded here. And probably just casting it now in case he finds a Spikefield Hazard. Those would be really good here, right? Cinderclasm would also be fantastic.
Oh, he did hit the Spikefield Hazard as well as Expressive Iteration.
And this keeps him alive, right?
Yes, very precarious position.
But he knows that his dragon is likely to die, given that Simon has Inscription of Ruin.
Right, and then you're going to be at 1?
And you're going to be at 1, so you're going to attack given that Simon has the inscription, and then you're going to need to find an answer to the adversary. I mean, I guess if you don't think the life total is relevant, you just force the inscription instead of something else.
Right, because that means that Simon must spend his mana to get the dragon.
Oh wow, this is great here if you're Simon. So now you can go Infernal Grasp on Ashmouth Dragon and make him discard the final 2 cards. Then Tristan will have absolutely nothing, and we will be down to 1 life.
So he'll be stone cold top decking.
Yeah.
On 0 cards, and Tristan's going to be very bummed to see that Infernal Grasp hit the dragon because he knows about that Inscription of Ruin that's still in hand here for Gertson.
It's like, I'm going to Mind Rot you here.
And away goes Tristan's hand, and his life total is now down to 1. This is a big top deck. Ooh, Alrund's Epiphany. That could buy him a lot of time. Oh, Simon doesn't like that. He's shaking his head.
Not.
And another Alrund's Epiphany.
Okay,
Now he doesn't have the mana yet.
That buys you a little more time. Probably don't want to attack with either bird.
Oh, geez. Tristan with back-to-back Epiphanies to maybe scratch back into this thing.
You know, for the time being, though, he doesn't have the iteration. So it's just making it so he's not dead. Yes. Right? This turn for Simon was huge. He went Headless Rider into Hive of the Eye Tyrant. I don't think... So Tristan basically has to go Epiphany here. That'll give him a bunch of blockers, and the Divide by 0 was also a good draw.
It was. But boy, I'll tell you, that Hive of the Eye Tyrant is definitely not what Tristan wanted to see follow up the Headless Rider. That's a really annoying card. Menace and 3 toughness versus your 1/1 blockers is just so annoying.
Yeah. I mean, the nice thing here is Tristan can set it up where he now can go Divide by 0 your Headless Rider if you activate your Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Simon will not be able to recast it. You go fetch your Mascot Exhibition, and all of a sudden, you've stabilized.
Oh, boy. So what does that mean from Simon's perspective?
You're
Does
sad?
he play around stuff like this at this point?
Well, no, you can't afford to. Tristan had no cards, right? You just continue to attack and hope your opponent dies.
Oh, how about Duress off the top?
That was incredible.
Oh my goodness.
That was insane.
Wow, what a useful piece of information to have.
No Mascot Exhibition for you, Tristan.
Oh, incredible.
Jeez.
Now Tristan has to just say, okay, it's gone. Is there a Hall of Storm Giants activation available? There is. So that's the only thing keeping Tristan alive right now. Because Simon can attack with a 3/3 menace and 2 other creatures, so he has lethal. But the Hall of Storm Giants could be annoying.
Remember, whenever a zombie dies, he does get a 2/2 here. So the Tainted Adversary. So these are all fine attacks, because even if Headless Rider trades with a bird, you're still getting a 2/2 out of the deal.
Another a lethal attacker. That's right. Wow, what a close one. That Duress for Simon. Okay, the Hive of the Eye Tyrant's going to eat something from the yard, and awake comes Hall of Storm Giants. And now we're going to see a double block on the Hive, and then single blocks on the other creatures. One's going to be a trade, one's going to be a chump. All the birds will die here. The Hall will stay alive. But
the Hall will still, but we're going to get
a 2/2 left over from the Headless Rider.
There will be a 2/3 and a 2/2 left over.
Versus just the Hall.
Just
and a top deck of Cinder Cloud. Oh.
And that's not enough.
That's not quite enough.
Simon just has to attack with both of his creatures.
Oh my, he got so close so many times, but Simon Gertson, with a slow blink of the eye, picks up game number 2 and moves 1 step away from a top 8.
I mean, that Duress was so perfect because it gave him just enough mana to also activate his Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
It was unbelievable, Paul. It was perfection. It also just stopped that line that you talked about where there's nothing he could do. And, just to rewind, you know, if Tristan said, okay, fine, I'm not going to let you duress away my divide by 0, I'll just bounce something with it and go get my key winner here, Mascot Exhibition, then he just takes that instead, so you don't get it either way.
Right. I mean, Tristan could have just chosen to bounce and not get anything.
Yeah,
right?
I think that would probably be the best idea. Just
right,
why not?
because then Simon has to make the choice of playing a creature or attacking with Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
But he just let it get to rest away. We got some cool customers here, by the way. These two players, they are not phased. I mean, there was some incredible swings that game, and the most you got was maybe an eyebrow raise out of one or the other. They are dialed in. Whatever, it's our job to get excited, Paul. We can do it for them. And,
I mean, we've known Simon for quite some time now. He's a pretty cool customer, you know?
to say the least.
To say the least.
Yeah, and Tristan's shown he's got that same demeanor.
Oh, yeah.
Now, maybe, you know, whoever wins this will show us a little. You know, sometimes you got to stay focused in the moment. Let's get into game number 3 here between Simon Gertson and Tristan Wilderoo. This is for top 8. One game. Ooh, Cinderclasm off the top.
Cinderclasm was a good one because Tristan's opener, not a lot of removal. And Simon's opener, I mean...
Bunch of small creatures, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, that just that sizing of that Tainted Adversary, that third toughness.
So good.
Third toughness, so big.
Is he going to play it here? Yeah, he is. Yeah, it's just so nice. And because this is going to, you know, force Tristan to say, well, if you want to get this Champion of the Parish off the board with Cinderclasm, you just got to do it now.
Yeah. Well,
Can't wait around.
So, I mean, now Tristan might be looking to set up a turn where he goes iteration into Cinderclasm.
Yeah,
right?
that can do, that will probably kill everything. I mean, I guess a champion could get out of range technically, but but generally speaking, yeah, that Simon's creatures won't survive 4 damage. Okay, he's got in, so Simon's off to a good start here. He's got Tristan down to 14, but you see a lot of potential in hand here. For Tristan, he really needs to hit that land drop next turn, though.
I mean, if you're the thing is, if Simon plays anything here, Tristan's just going to go ahead and Cinderclasm, right? That's going to kill the Champion of the Parish and that creature that enters the battlefield.
But that would hold him off from Behold.
That would, but he can cast the Behold on your turn to make sure you still hit your land drops.
Right. Tristan's got a really good shot of hitting those land drops thanks to Behold the Multiverse.
If you're expecting Cinderclasm, perhaps Undead Butler is the card you want to play.
Okay.
Right? Because then if you do have a Cinderclasm, you can still get one of your creatures back.
He's going to play the Butler, is Simon Gertson. He's respecting the possibility of Cinderclasm, and he's going to force the issue here. Tristan can get both the Butler and the Champion of the Parish right now, but something's coming back to hand, so the grind is on. And it's going to be that Champion of the Parish back in the hand. And look at the setup from Simon. He could just play it straight away and pass the turn back. Okay, that's not a land off the top, so it's going to have to be Behold. And there we go. A couple of beautiful lands here for Tristan Wilderoo. Probably just going to keep both, right? Yeah.
Yeah, don't want to risk losing your missing your land drops and
taking a thump in this turn though.
Yeah.
Doesn't have anything going.
I don't know if Simon's in a position to play around a second Cinderclasm.
Well, he didn't run out Jadar straight away.
So, but Jadar is not a zombie. So
no, makes him, but isn't one.
And doesn't quite have enough snowlands here to attack with the Faceless Haven either.
I think he would have done that had he had it, but yeah, he's going to have to consider playing either the Hogg Ramalin or the Agadim's Awakening as a land.
Yeah,
if he wants to keep his land drops flowing.
This is tough because you have to consider that Tristan might have Goldspan Dragon, right? Might have an egg. At the same time, if you play Hogg Ramalin tap this turn, you do have the potential of running out that wolf next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind, I mean, Tristan, it looks like he's in some trouble here, but Simon doesn't have hand disruption. Tristan has unexpected windfall. He's got iteration already. He's not that far away here from putting together his combo.
There's so much potential in Tristan Wilderoo's hand. Right now, it does nothing, basically. But, oh my goodness, those unexpected windfalls. You know, if you get an iteration into a windfall, it's huge.
What's
And Simon played his land untapped there, Paul.
He's trying to represent Infernal Grasp because he doesn't believe that his life total matters.
Right, that makes sense. Very cool. I love this. The awkward part about it, though, is that it does preclude him from playing Lolth this turn, right?
Yes, and that was the risk, right? That was what his thought process was at the time. Do I want to have Hogg mouthing up in case, you know, you play a Smoldering Egg, in case you play a Goldspan Dragon?
And he decided that that was more important than guaranteeing Lolth for this turn. So, unexpected windfall. Ooh, it's
That's
into
not
two
gonna do it.
lands. There is a Spike Field hazard, but I'll tell you, I think that Simon's going to be pretty happy that this is what gets hit because he had a redundant copy of Jadar in hand anyway.
Yeah, so now we're going to see Tristan go down to 5?
This is getting very serious here. Simon's really trying to close the door on Tristan.
And if you play this Jadar, you do play around Cinderclasm. The champion of the parish will become a 3/3 here. That would force Tristan to iteration a Cinderclasm if he finds one.
There's Jadar Ghoul Caller of Nephalia. End step.
He's like, all right, I got 2 Lolth. I got to play this land.
Yeah, you just got to run it out there.
Okay.
This is huge, and it's Thirst for Discovery for Tristan. Again, more potential, right? Unexpected windfall. Yeah. Anything could happen, but he really needed his home runs here, not the cards that set you up. So
all right, we're
he's going to go for a huge unexpected windfall times 2.
6
mana.
Let's
see what he can hit.
He'll have 6 mana here.
He's got Goldspan into
not
double
gonna do
lands. That is not enough for Tristan. Oh, devastating turn of events for Tristan Wilderoo.
What can he even find here? 3 Fading Hopes?
Right, that's what you're starting to look at here, right? Because Cinderclasm's not going to do it anymore. There's 2 3 toughness creatures, and they're lethal for Simon Gertson.
And Simon even found Snowland number 3 here. He can activate Faceless Haven and attack with that if he wants as well. He is probably mindful of iteration into Cinderclasm, though. Maybe that's why he's not choosing to attack there.
Okay. This is it. Thirst for Discovery is going to see a Cinderclasm.
Nope, that's not enough. That's a Demon Bolt to kill the 3/3, but that's 5 damage.
And that's going to do it. Simon Gertson locks up a top 8 finish here at the Innistrad Championship. Congratulations to Simon. What a victory for him. Welcome back, buddy.
With Mono Black Zombies.
He took Mono Black Zombies to the top 8.
Incredible stuff. And I want to say, too, it's not just, hey, I'm just going to curve out and beat you down with my creatures. Really excellent sequencing there from Simon. Just knowing exactly the types of removal spells and interaction that Tristan could have at all times and trying his best to play around it. And yeah, I mean, not surprising. I mean, we're talking about somebody who was a Pro Tour champion, and here he is again in the top 8. Oh, and by the way, you were saying maybe he would have some emotion. He was still pretty chill there after he locked up that top 8.
Nothing at all. Zero emotion. He just sipped his tea. But you know what? We'll take it. Simon Gertson's into the top 8. For Tristan, it's going to be one of those take a look at the standings and look to the sky and hope, because it's all about his tiebreakers from here on out. It doesn't mean that he's out of the top 8, but it's out of his hands at this point. That's going to do it for us in the booth here, but we've got all the news and updates from Maria at the news desk.
Hey, thank you so much, Marshall. What an exciting end to round number 15. Welcome back to the virtual news desk. Everybody, I've got Monty Devuti, I've got Corey Baumeister here hanging out with me. Guys, it is about time to reveal our top 8. Monty, what's going through your head right now?
I am just so excited for this top 8, for tomorrow, for the field we have. This is just incredible. I'm so excited.
How about you, Corey?
I'm nervous. I'm super nervous, and I am just here watching. I can't imagine those people that are sweating those breakers, if they're going to be 8th, if they're going to be 9th. Like, it's rough. I've been in those spots before, but it is really rough to have to wait it out.
All right, well, wait no longer. It is time to reveal our top 8 here at the Innistrad Championship. Let's find out who will be coming back to play tomorrow. Check it out. There it is on your screen. Christian Hauck, he was the first to make it into our top 8. Toru Saito is in our top 8. Yuki Ichikawa into our top 8. Zachary Keaney, Simon Gertson, world champion Yuta Takahashi, Riku Kumagai, and Yo Akie. Congratulations, you are our top 8 for tomorrow at the Innistrad Championship. I mean, this is just unbelievable stuff. Congratulations, Monty. What's going through your head as you look at this?
I'm just thinking about the utter domination of this Japanese team. They put 4 of the possible 5 members into the top 8, and it's just incredible to see this level of mastery at a tournament of this level.
Absolutely. Corey, how about you?
I mean, domination is usually just 2 people on a testing team in the top 8. When you get half of the top 8, that's just complete annihilation. So really impressive work from that team. Holy cow.
Well said, Corey. Congratulations to all of our top 8. They'll be back here doing battle tomorrow in double elimination. Historic. Very, very excited for that. It's time now to announce our player of the day, and that was the first person to make top 8. Christian Hauck, one of our 2 undefeated players overnight as well. He talked to Monty right after he clinched top 8. Let's hear from him right now.
Hello, I am here with Christian Hauck, who just secured his spot as the first player into our top 8 of the Innistrad Championship. Christian, congratulations, man. Well done.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm hyped.
Yeah, I bet. All right. We're going to go right into it. Tell me how you feel about the Izzet Epiphany matchup as mono green. You just beat it back-to-back to make it into the top 8.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about that one. I mean, going into the tournament, I knew green is a good choice against Izzet in general. And the lists I beat the last 2 rounds only had 2 Fading Hope, which is kind of a key card in the matchup. But yeah, I'm feeling really confident against Izzet, and I think just green is... That's the reason I brought green, because it's way better against Izzet than white, for example.
Makes sense. Got the job done, and now it's all historic from here. All right. Big question. What's your approach going into tomorrow? You are 1 match win away from the World Championship. How does that affect your prep going into it?
It doesn't affect it at all, but I mean, I can tell you what my plan is for tomorrow. It's win 1 game.
Hit me.
Just win the quarterfinals. That's it. That's my plan.
That's it. It's that easy.
That's a good one.
All it takes.
It's that easy. I mean, if I win some more, but I mean, taking that one win is worth so much. So I'm looking to go for this single win, and everything else is just icing on the cake.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, you've had a relaxed attitude all weekend. You've told us about it. It shows. You're doing great. Christian, congratulations. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Just that 1 win away from the World Championship. Christian Hauck, your player of the day. Congratulations to him. A superb performance this weekend. Take a look at his path to the top 8 here. First day, did not drop a match and was the first player into our top 8, awarded that bye in the final round. We'll see him tomorrow battling in historic double elimination in our top 8. Christian Hauck, your player of the day. Now it's time for our card of the day. For that, I turn to Mani.
Maria, our card of the day is Trail of Crumbs. We've seen this Japanese team that brought Golgari food have so much success with it. 3 of the 4 members in the top 8 are playing Golgari food, and this is the key card in all of these more controlling, is it Phoenix, Jeskai control matchups. You're looking for a constant stream of card advantage, as that's what Trail of Crumbs gives this deck. You never run out of gas as long as Trail of Crumbs is on the battlefield, and it's just such a key role player in this deck.
Did you think Trail of Crumbs, you'd be saying this is our card of the day this weekend, Monty?
I genuinely did not think Trail of Crumbs would be my day 2 card of the day.
Yeah. So just shows how surprising this tournament has been. It's time now for our match of the day. Corey, what did you pick?
Yeah, so for the match of the day, it was kind of, it was a little weird to pick this as the match of the day, but this was Kowalski up against Zach Keaney here. There was a lot of good stuff from both players. Here is that moment where we were able to find lethal in such a strange way from Kowalski by casting Rite of Oblivion twice, targeting Kowalski's own creatures that he was sacrificing to get those final 2 points across the board. Then we found Zach Keaney kind of step away and really get his head right and just focus up and be like, okay, this is a good matchup. I may have lost a game. And to quote him, it was embarrassing to lose to 1-1s, which I thought was kind of funny in his post-match interview, but he got his headspace together and he did what Izzet Epiphany, you know, realistically should do up against that deck and take a bunch of extra turns. And it was just a really fun one to watch.
Yeah, that was a super cool match, and Monty broke it down for us, showing him finding that creative line to be able to win, which was really, really cool. Well, I'm so excited for our top 8. Let's take a look once again at the standings here as we close out day 2 action. There you have it. These are your top 8 competitors. Come back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/magic. You can see all of these players in action in double elimination historic. We'll have an Innistrad champion, and of course, we'll also send 6 players to the World Championship, which, if I say so myself, is a heck of a way to start off a season. We started the day with 126 players today, ready to do battle and standard and historic for their share of a $450,000 prize pool and a shot at 6 spots in next year's World Championship. Now, only 8 players remain. Christian Hauck entered day 2 undefeated and was the first to lock up a spot in the top 8. Japan also showed their utter dominance, putting 4 players from their testing team into the top 8. Tomorrow, we'll crown our champion as we battle in double elimination historic, but that's not all. 6 players to the World Championship. You won't want to miss a minute of the action tomorrow. See you at 9 a.m. Pacific, right here on twitch.tv/magic. Have a great night, everybody.